T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and then.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Everybody be cool, it's a robbery!
You! Be big move! And I'll execute every motherfucking last one of you!
Rob the bank, you got Steve outside, counter full pack, and everything's cool and everything's smooth.
Hey, that's smooth.
I walk up to the teller, I give her the letter, she gives me the loot with bucket up lips and a wink that I found cute. And I said, baby, 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 is there some karmic G-love thing happening here, baby, or what? By that time, fast at me with the said it's time to blow, you know. So out the door we go, back to the ride, Steve inside and alive, and off we drive. See, I hurt my lower lumbar, you know we never get far riding around in a stolen police car. So we dropped it off and piled in the caddy. Steve was driving, cause I had to talk to my man.
I don't know anything about any setup. You can torture me all you want.
Torture you, that's good.
That's a good idea. I like that one.
Running around, robbing banks, all whacked off with stupid snacks. Running around, robbing banks, all whacked off with stupid snacks. Now I don't give a fuck about the Hell's Gate and punking the crowd, man. I'm still standing up straight. So we do these jobs, make a little money. No one gets hurt if they don't act funny. On the way to the yacht, we almost got caught. Fast shooting mailboxes, knowing where the cops is, yeah. They asked us up donuts adjacent from the former whose mailbox fast that just exploded. They gave chase from our man Steve's and Ace, and we lost those brothers with haste. We cast it off, and along we went off Bermuda to an island resort we rented.
Sunshine. I need you cool. Are you cool? I am cool.
Running around, robbing banks, all whacked off with stupid snacks. Running around, robbing banks, all whacked off with stupid snacks. Running around, robbing banks, all whacked off with stupid snacks. Running around, robbing banks, all whacked off with stupid snacks.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning, guys. Top of the day to you. Oh, man, I can feel those shills already coming. I can feel them from a mile away. It doesn't take long, and they're already in shilling already this morning. It doesn't take too long for the shills to start running around talking about all the extra little shinies everywhere. They come in quick. They come in fast. They're out there. My music is all jacked up today. It's like, hey, I want to play again. Oh man, top of the day to you guys. Aron posting out a post yesterday. Let's check out what is going on. Man, I'm not even worried about it. Common sense investor. I'm not focused on any of the shinies on the side of the road, man. The only one I care about is AMC. This is an AMC channel. We don't just do random shout outs here. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what Aron had to say. Can I get this open? There we go. If you guys didn't see it, he posted, by the way, to those in the Twitterverse, just in case you're unaware, I like to play chess like this guy. My guess is he wins far, far, far more games than he loses. I've said it to you guys on plenty of times before. How do you not lose to a Grandmaster chess champion? You don't play. You just don't play. That's the way. That's the way you don't lose. There is this to me, I don't know for sure if this is the case or not, but this to me looks like he's making multiple deals here. So whatever the pounce may be, whatever it may not just be one thing. It may be multiple things. He has said on multiple occasions that he's playing 4D chess. There may be a plethora of things that he has cooking for his pounce. But I really like that one. That was a good one. It was a good one. Amy says, good morning, Casey. When are we going to hear Hello, Pussycat? I said that I should play that for the song one morning, didn't I? Oh, man. I'd hate to do that to you guys. What if I just played it like over and over and over? Like, how many times do you think I'd have to play it, Amy, before like people start going like, no? That would be pretty fun. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. PC3 says, my question is when will LMNOP squeeze? I think probably right around the time QRS does. Let's see here. So it's 6:12. I got about 8 minutes. I don't really have a topic for the day today. I just knew when I woke up and as soon as I saw the price, I knew immediately what the day was going to be like today. As a result of that, I'm going to do something real quick here. Give me just a second. I got to remember how to do this. Let's see. I think I go here. I'm doing maybe just for today. I'm doing this, and then I'll put it back. Just for today, I'm adding this back. I'm adding back the subscriptions for 5 minutes. They've got if somebody wants to come in here and talk, they're going to have to subscribe for at least 5 minutes and sit and watch for 5 minutes just for today. Because I know what's coming. I can feel them. I can feel them from a mile away on this one. I know what's going to happen. There's going to be people who come in here and want to talk trash. It's going to happen. So I'm going to try and protect us a little bit from that. 5 minutes is what I'm going to allow. I'm going to at least require them to have to sit for 5 minutes. Make it at least a little painful. If they're going to come in and make it painful for us, then I'm going to make it painful for them. They got to listen for 5 minutes. It's punishment. That's their punishment. If they want to come in and talk trash, this is the punishment they're going to have. Topic, y'all want to buy some Bitcoin. Let's take a look at that real quick, shall we? How's Bitcoin doing here? Looking at the daily, if I scroll back out, this is not a head and shoulders, inverted head and shoulders. If it had been, I had drawn it out here and I said, okay, if this is going to be an inverted head and shoulders, you've got the shoulder here, you've got the interval between the head and the shoulder, you have the other head, you have the head, you have the other interval. This period of time right here should have been the period of time where the price would have been ripping upwards to have consolidation on the next shoulder, somewhere above this shoulder over here. I would have suspected maybe in kind of somewhere in this range, maybe even just slightly higher than this fib at 32.5. That never happened. Never happened. It's got the interval right here ended up being consolidation where it's at. So there's no continuation of this moving upwards. It tried. It tried to get past at least 24.7, 24.8. It never actually even made it past that number, and before coming back down again. I still think there's a possibility this crashes down to that last final, what I think may be the final dropping point. It's somewhere between 13 and 14. So, yeah, it's going to continue to keep on coming. If we know that if collateral is needed, that's where they typically pull their collateral from, is from cryptocurrencies. And I think Bitcoin is one of the best ones to watch to know whether or not they need collateral. MCon says, why today? Specifically, why today is because we tripped SPF and we're down 1.68% in the pre-market. So you already know there's going to be tons of articles, right? Motley Fool's going to come out with something. Benzinga's going to come out with something. They're all going to say, why is AMC down so much? You know, the shilling is going to be there. Promise you, because this is how it works. Hold on a second. Let me pull up the article here. Let me pull up the article from 2014 that tells us what our future holds for us. Something that was written in 2014 telling us exactly what was going to happen in our future. It's the craziest thing to me. I can't believe that somebody from that long ago told us what was going to happen to us before it happened to us. Let's see. Saved, no, posts. One second. Here it is. Amazing article. Massive counterfeitings can drive the stock price down in a matter of hours on extremely high volume. This is called crashing the stock, and a successful crash is a one-day drop of 20% or a 35% drop in a week. In order to make the crash stick or make it more effective, it is done concurrently with all or most of the following. Media assaults. The shorts, in order to realize their profit, must ultimately put the victim into bankruptcy or obtain shares at a price much cheaper than what they shorted at. These shares come from the investing public who panics and sells into the manipulation. Panic is induced with assistance from the financial media. The shorts have friendly reporters with the Dow Jones News Agency, the Wall Street Journal, Barron's, the New York Times, Gannett Publications, USA Today, and the Arizona Republic, CNBC, and others. The common thread: a number of friendly reporters worked for TheStreet.com, an internet advisory service that short hedge fund managers David Rocker and Jim Cramer owned. This alumni association supported the short attack by producing slanted, libelous, innuendo-laden stories that disparaged the company as it was being crashed. Well, some of those media outlets aren't the same. Now they're things like the Motley Fool, Benzinga, Yahoo. Just some of the media agencies have changed. One of the more outrageous stories was a front page story in US Today during a short crash of Taser's stock price in June of 2005. The story was almost a full page, and the reporter concluded that Taser's electrical jolt was the same as an electric chair. Proof positive that Tasers did indeed kill innocent people. To reach that conclusion, the reporter overestimated the Taser's amperage by a factor of 1 million times. This mistake was made despite a detailed technical briefing by Taser to 7 USA Today editors 2 weeks prior to the story. The explanation, due to a mathematical error, appeared 3 days later, after the damage was done to the stock price. We know that this stuff is coming, guys. In conjunction with price movements down of 20 to 35% in any given point, it's going to come. Those articles are going to be there. There's going to be shiny things on the side of the road to make you want to leave your position. This is exactly what they do in order to try and get you to sell your position. This is it. It's textbook. Good morning, Grandpa Barney. One Love says you should have played Phil Collins this morning. I save the Phil. I save the Phil for the days where we're just absolutely rocketing. I don't necessarily think that's going to be today. We are following. So yesterday night, we had. I mean, it was like a day long, almost a full day long bearish triangle formation. Which by the time closing hits, guys, I don't ever suggest these patterns will complete. And so we ended out the day, traded right sideways, and then finally broke that level of resistance at 14 something, 14 and some change. I don't know what it is here because it won't show me, but like 1482 or 1481 maybe. Finally broke that. When did it break it? I guess on market open this morning. Actually, it was last night. It broke it last night, and then at market open this morning, it continued to follow the upwards trend line downwards. And so we're kind of trending along that as of right now. As far as a synthetic price failure occurs, it occurs when we hit the blue line at 1478. We're now down below 1469. We're currently at 1466. I suggest that there's paper hands anytime you see 1442, which is a 21.5% decrease in price from the last high. Our last high being $18.37. So we have achieved a synthetic price failure. Down to 1450. 1450 is a 21.1% decrease in price from that top. When I say paper hands, more than likely, some people have been folding their position. I don't know who, but somebody's folding their position. If they're successful in driving the price beyond 21.5% down, the next turnaround point is usually a 35% downwards price movement. So you would take 35.5% off of 1837. Let me do that. And you get 1194. That could be our next turnaround point if we break past 1442 pretty hard. So we'll have to be watching for that. SSR trips today at 1342, which I've already changed. Good morning, Robert. Why long weekend? What do you mean by long weekend? Tank Dog says, do you think these red days are the market pricing in the next rate hike? Some of it. Some of it is for sure. Absolutely. I would absolutely agree to that to an extent. In Canada. Oh, is there a long weekend in Canada? Micah says, Casey, so much FUD going around for the fourth. My concern is of a major sell-off from people that have lost conviction if it's not a huge pounce. I've heard that. And I'll tell you what, Micah, I've said this from the get-go. One of the things that's going to cause us to start moving upwards in price is going to be people selling off their positions. When Lou told people to sell off their positions last time, what happened immediately thereafter? The weekend, not even the weekend, the week of, 2 days later, price started absolutely ripping. That's when we went up to $34.33. We are going to lose people. I promise you. I promise you we will lose people before this thing starts to rip. And when that happens, they're not going to be able to get back in fast enough. And there's going to be a lot of pissed off people. A lot of pissed off people. They've been holding for so long and have come so far, and they will get left behind. And it's going to happen. I guarantee you, Micah, it's going to happen. I'm not worried about it. I know it's going to happen. And if they leave, they leave. There's nothing we can do about it. But I don't see any numbers here that worry me that tell me that we're in trouble. Chris says, "How can we convince Lou to tell?" You know what? I actually already have been seeing some murmurs in the community, Chris, about people saying, we need to stop buying. We're just giving pressure for them to drive the price down continuously with more buying. And I'm seeing those kind of murmurs in the community again. And I go like, we started this downwards trend right as soon as people started going over and buying more GME. When we lost the buying pressure to GME before the split, that's when we started the downtrend from 1837. So you want to know what happens to price when you stop buying and the pressure goes away? Here we are. This is it. This is what it looks like. You take away the buying pressure and price starts to plummet. So that this is the worst that can happen. And you can see that in the orders. We've had orders ranging anywhere from like in the 40 to 50% range compared to our normal 60% or higher. So when we lost that buying pressure from people who were going over to GME and buying positions on GME trying to chase that, that's what ended up happening. But it is what it is. We can't do anything about it. People make their choices on where they want to spend their money. That's their choice. So it's time for me to log in and take a look at these numbers here. I'm going to clean the glasses first. That's what I said that to my mom like 2 or 3 times the other day in a phone conversation. It is what it is. It's gonna happen. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have two-factor authentication, you might want to get it or consider getting it, testing it out, seeing if it's something that you like. Note that there may be problems with it later on. See if you can figure out how to bypass or circumvent some of those issues. It might help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want there. Glasses are almost clean, guys. Give me a second here. They're a little extra dirty. Out of curiosity, do any of you guys know, have any of you guys heard Pantheon's latest news? And just, oh, they said the security code I entered was not correct. Hold on, maybe I couldn't read because the glasses weren't clean yet. There we go. Let's see. Have any of you guys heard about Pantheon's announcement? Let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna see if you guys have heard about that before I take you over the numbers. Yep, Pantheon boss news. All right, so here's the news. Richard has yep, Brian got it. The interview with Highcroft CEO. They've got an interview. I think that I don't know when they're gonna have it exactly, but I'll let them come out with that. But I have a feeling it's gonna be sometime next week. And they're gonna have that interview, and I think that's gonna be really cool. I'm super excited for those guys to get that interview. It's definitely one I'm gonna watch. I want to see, what it is, what kind of cool information they can manage to squeeze out of her. No pun intended. Squeeze. Yes, Brian's talking about DTCC being out of money. I saw a post on that. There was something else that I tweeted out as well yesterday, which I completely forgot to mention to you guys. I even retweeted it so I'd remember to talk about it. Let's see if I can find it. Yep, here it is. So there's that. The DTC is asking for, looks like they're requesting perhaps more money, more collateral, because they may not have the money that they need. So there is that. Yesterday, I meant to mention this after one of my breaks, and I completely spaced it. Today we charged yesterday the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission posted today we charged former U.S. Congressman Stephen Buyer, no, I love the last name, Stephen Buyer, with insider trading related with his alleged use of non-public information to buy 1.5 million in stocks. There was a press release. I believe that there was more. Let's see. I believe there's more individuals besides just that one. But there's an additional post down here that says, when insiders like Buyer, an attorney, a former prosecutor, and a retired congressman monetize their access to material, non-public info, they not only violate the federal securities laws, but also undermine public trust and confidence in the fairness of our markets. Yeah. So that was interesting. Didn't see that one coming. How do we short the D? Go back. I feel like this is straight out of was it Margin Call? Not Margin Call, the other one. The Big Short. Was it The Big Short where they're like, how do we short that agency? Uh, comment below the one I just read. Uh, I don't believe the comment was the DTCC has no money. It was more along the lines of they needed more. No, Maggie, I don't know what the pounce is. Based off of that post that Aron posted yesterday, Maggie, I would say that it's probably a lot of different things, not just one thing. I don't see the post. I'm looking for what you said there, Caitlin, and I just don't see it. You got to remember that links don't work. If you guys are posting links, those aren't showing up for me. I don't believe that she was. And why Maggie is, and then why she wasn't on that list is because I think most of their trading goes through her husband, and her husband goes through uh, brokerages who invest the money for him, but I'm sure he tells them where to put it. Matt says an FBI agent was also involved. Yeah, I don't know which one, Caitlin. All right, it's time to. CPE says Shills out in full force. It's coming, man. This is classic, man. This is exactly what happens when they try to move price down 20 to 35% in a short period of time. The articles start coming out, and the shills massively start pouring out and just trying to distract our attention to any which way they possibly can other than AMC. Caitlin, I, it would just be easier for you to copy and paste the comment in here because I don't see what you're talking about. I don't know. There's so many. I'm reading so many comments here. I have no idea what you're talking about. The one that I dragged into view to read? Oh, the one below it in here. From C class says, don't forget Congressman Darrell Issa said that high-ranking officials at the SEC Gov were spending more time looking at porn than taking action to help stave off events that put our nation's economy on the brink of collapse. Nothing's changed. Yeah, that was right there. All right, let's look into the numbers. We're well past the time to look at them. Let's see here. Taking you guys over the other page, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing at this point, so hold those thoughts. And it looks like I am missing some things on this page. What is going on here? Let me get them pulled back up. What else am I missing? Max Payne? Nope, that's there. Institutional ownership is what I'm missing. Probably because I changed the page yesterday. Hey, why didn't that one show back up? Give me 1 second here and figure out so I can figure out why one of my screens isn't showing up here. Huh. It just disappeared. Over to the side. What is up with this? How weird. I did not do this. I did not change this at all, and it's just like completely moved. Give me a second while I repair this. For some reason, OBS just decided to completely destroy my format here. Alrighty, I don't know how that happened, but now it's back. All right, let's check out everything here. Price prediction tally points for the day yesterday. I think everybody got a point. Let me see here. 14.91 was our closing price for the day yesterday. And I had Eric and I were both in at 14.50 to 17.50. Keto had 14.39 to 17.39. Monty had 14.78 to 17.78. Monty was the only one that was closest to being at risk of not getting a point, but he got it. And that's all that it takes is just to get the points. So let me reset the points from last week. One last congratulations to Monty before I reset the numbers from last week's win. Congratulations, Monty. Everybody gets a price point prediction for the tallies for yesterday. Short exempt volume day over day. Let's take a look at that real quick here and let me see what it is. Let's see here. 256.5. Utilization at 100%. Let's see if that's the case again today. It is indeed 100% again. Checking the date. The date's correct. We have, congratulations, we have 116 straight trading days of utilization being 116%. And day over day price change. We were down 3.81% yesterday. Taking a look at Max Pain. Max Pain was $15 yesterday. I believe it's going to be $15 again today. It is indeed $15. Taking a look at off exchange. Our final numbers for the day yesterday were 58.55% in the off exchange and 11.36 through the EDGX, which is a total of 69.91%. Nice. That's definitely high. Not as high as we've been seeing. I think we might have had really close to that same amount yesterday. From Friday. 64% is kind of an average number in the past for us, so it's definitely quite a few percent higher. Taking a look at institutional ownership, 190.669 million is how much it was yesterday when I refreshed earlier in the morning. It is now currently at 190.375. That's about 300,000 shares difference. Remember, when this reporting into holdings are from Q2. So when we see these numbers changing, these are all events that have already occurred a while ago. These aren't up-to-date filings. I just want to make sure you guys know that. Taking a look at ortex data a little bit more closely here, we see that shares on loans at 142.5 again. So we went back up from the 138 to 142.58. So the 5.2 million shares that were returned previously on yesterday's reports are back. They're fully back now. Another 5.2 back in there. That's going to cause the short interest of the free float to rise to 18.81%. And taking a look at the options, our lottery ticket losers are the $35 strike price. Yesterday there was a total of 800,000 contracts. There's now 1.2. At a $20 strike price, that was our highest amount of volume yesterday. It still is, but barely. It's just barely holding on. Yesterday there was a total of 10.4. There's now 10.9 thousand contracts. The second place runner-up is $16, which would be quite a bit of a drop. Highest amount of open interest on the bottom side of this is at $10. It is yesterday there was 7.5 thousand contracts, and now there's 7.6 at $10. So in regards to open interest, the market's still kind of targeting that $15 range. Taking a look at a lot of other screens that I haven't moved over yet. Give me just a second here while I move everything over. And we'll take a closer dive into ortex data and see what's going on here. Alrighty. There's your utilization. 116. No, wait, what are we on now? Uh-oh. I don't remember if it was 116 or 117 now. Was date? I'm going to go back and take a look and see if I changed that. But this is what your utilization looks like at 100% for quite a long time, 116 or 17 days. I'll have to go back and review how many days that was, see if I got it wrong. On loan amount is here's a rise in on loan amount. That additional 5.2 million shares that we had that went back in. That should massively drop the on loan average age per day down, but it didn't. That's wow. On loan average age per day still rose with 5.2 million shares having been added. We found a bottom, guys. We found a bottom. Count 15 business days. 15 business days from July 21st. We should see another big rise in price. We found bottom. Let me just see what that is. Wait. From what day? From the 21st? 5/10. By the 11th. By the 11th of August, we should see another big price rise incoming. Taking a look at exchange reported short interest of the free float. That rose day over day from 18.43 to 18.81. Security lending volume was almost cut in half day over day. Failure to delivers today is the 26th. Last time we started seeing the day before 1 million shares in failure delivers in the past that were due started to apply pressure to upwards movement in price. We'll see if that continues to hold to be the case. Although I'm not expecting to see too great of things in values, but I do see similar situation here to where tomorrow there may be additional forced buying. Yesterday, according to Fidelity, based off of their orders, GameStop was 6th with 72% buys to 28% sales. AMC coming in at 12th with 61% buys to 39% sales. So we're back in those 60% range again, so we're looking better there. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day is 1342. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they borrowed all the 500,000 that were available and then returned about 35,000. In the ETFs, they've borrowed about, let's see, there's 10,000 there. And we're just going to call it 100,000 shares. So 600,000 shares having been borrowed so far this morning. Yesterday, the value was, the total amount we saw in Stonka Tracker was about 1.1 million. The fees are at 7.2%. We currently have 110,000 contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 9.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 38.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 12.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.43, Dow Jones is up 0.28, and S&P 500 is up 0.13. We currently have 3,532 advancers to 3,129 decliners. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? I just realized I did something wrong there. I'm never supposed to look at this. These are yesterday's numbers, by the way. I heard my dog start whining in the background, and I started thinking about, like, what is he whining about? And I lost track of what I was doing. Markets overseas were mostly green. We had a couple that were down. Let's see here. Less than 1%, the ones that were down. Some of the ones that were up were as high as 1.5%. Most of them around somewhere between 0.5 and 1%. Taking a look at our futures right here. Futures are looking at a potential market open down. With the VIX up 1%. Down about a quarter to a half a percent. Tesla is down 0.94. Amazon is down 3.37 in the pre-market. Cinemark is up 1.85. Doge is down 0.09. Bitcoin is down 0.87. GME is down 2.56. HYMC is down 0.96. Hood is down 0.45. NCMI is up 2.68. AMC is down 1.74. Refreshing inflow versus outflow. Total amount of outflow was $5 million more than inflow. Our total volume for the day today is, or actually, you know what? By the end of the day yesterday, we finished, just thought I'd mention this, we finished the day right within my target Just before the very end of the day, there was some very large amounts of volume that occurred at the close. We had like 1 minute was 128,000 in volume. A couple minutes before that, all this volume right here at the very end pushes just over 20 million shares having been traded. And I suggest in pre-market somewhere between 20 and 40 million. The final value that I'm seeing being reported right now is 20 million, 20.562 million. Let me just read the whole number. 20,562,200 was the actual final value. So we did squeak in there just barely, making that in there. So far, 17.9 thousand shares traded. We got about 8 more minutes to our pokey stick of volume here. On the weekly, just looking at Vortex indicator and RSI, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.37, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.19, which is just about average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 28.2, which is heavily oversold. And as you can see, multiple dip downs underneath 30. So definitely heavy signs of being oversold right now. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.03. Again, multiple dips into the oversold region, but we're currently above that, but still very, very low, below average RSI. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure within the last hour, with RSI at 54.63, which is just slightly above average. Taking a look at the daily, how far did we break back down here? We're really close to finding what I think might be getting close to seeing a bottom, maybe. It could break down further, but it looks like it might be seeing a bottom. Taking a look at the 1 hour with the Ichimoto. I'm gonna have to let my dog outside here in a second, I think. Whining again. There's probably rabbits outside. Let's see. We have conversion line below the baseline. We have lagging line below price line. Price does usually like to move up through thinner portions of the cloud. The cloud's not getting any thinner in the futures. On the 4 hour, price has moved into the cloud. We have conversion line dipping below the baseline, and we have lagging line dipping below price line. And we have a swing over right here, starting to create a red cloud. 1, 2, 3, 4. What date would this be? The 2nd. That's really close to earnings report. Interesting. Mods, I'm gonna ask you guys to silence the random shoutouts if you guys see them, because I know it's coming. It's gonna get crazy, guys. I can guarantee you right now. It's going to start getting crazy here. They're going to come in and pump a lot of different things right now. It's going to be a lot of distractions. Oh, sorry, Brown. I'm not looking at other charts. This is an AMC channel, in case you didn't know. It's really interesting. I mean, Mac and Bees brings up a great point. It's not like we couldn't. It's not like anybody here couldn't just go search it out if they didn't want to. But yet people are still pushing it like really, really, really hard. Like why? What's the point? What's why? Why look at it? Yes, sir. CPE, I did see that. I think that's an amazing announcement that he put out there. I think the interesting thing for me in his post is it tells me that there's been a lot of people talking about a lot of different things in regards to um, uh, what potentially could or could not be the pounce. And I think what Adam is saying in that picture is that it's not just going to be one thing. The idea that playing 4D chess means that there's lots of different things that he may have in the works. I see it as deals. I see it as deals that he's working on. Things that he's working on in the backdrop that are multiple things that are in play. And so I really think that that's kind of where he's looking to perhaps cause many things to happen in a pounce, not just one thing. So we've all been sitting here trying to figure out what the one thing is. But in actuality, what may really be happening is that he may be working on 15 things. Who knows? But I like Brian says pokey stick. Yep, I see it. But what I think is really let's see, pokey stick is coming in at 74,000 shares on top of the 18. It's going to put us at about 92. There it is. It popped up right as I was getting ready to say it. So 18,000. So we got more. This is like a triple. 18, 74. Dang, that's a lot. 4-1. This is a quadruple. This isn't a triple. It's a quadruple. We had a quadrupling of the volume, putting us at 92,000 shares. I can't legitimately put anything larger than 20 to 40 on this though. I got to go 2040 in volume prediction because that's still really, really low volume. Yeah, the PC3, that's my sentiment as well. I really think that the harder they push other things to look at, like look at this, look at this, look at this. Oh, go do this, go do. Like I'm telling you guys, like there's the FUD is absolutely going to be there. Like go, you got to go do this, you got to go do this. No, 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 no. Don't let people try to tell you where to put your money. You decide where to put your money. If you want to go put your money someplace else, do that. That's your choice. You're going to decide that, but people don't need to come in and tell you where to go put your money or what you need to go look at. Don't let them do that to you. You decide. You make those choices. But you know why I'm here. And I'm going to stay the course. I'm staying the course on this, and I'm not going to relent. I'm not going to relent on this. I'm staying the course, and I see a path, and I'm sticking to it. CPE saying I'm making a call of 40 to 60 million. All right. I mean, if we see a late day run in volume at the end of the day, I could definitely see that happening. 40 to 60 million. But I have to stick to my guns on this one, CP. Like when volume's under 100K, like I gotta call 2040 because just there's not enough volume pre-market to signal anything other than that though. But I mean, I've definitely seen it happen before where we have like a late day volume run, and then end up being low. But I'm okay with being low. Maggie says I thought it was maybe to hint to checkmate. But see, that's not what he's doing in each one of those boards. He's starting multiple games. Uh, that Grandmaster player right there is shaking hands and starting. He's starting a deal. He's starting a deal with each person. A deal is usually done with a handshake. He's starting a game with each person, and he's starting a move. And that's what I see happening in that picture. MCon says, so are we down or sideways today? I'm leaning towards down. I think there's definitely a chance that we see maybe slightly more than 1442. The real question is can we make SSR again at 1342? It's all going to depend on how many people start chasing, because that's what today is going to be about, guys. Today is going to be about chasing. That's why I can feel the shills already. That's why it's in the title. I know it's coming. I know it's coming. The shiny pieces on the side of the road are there because they know that people can't change their positions that fast. And if they can get as much pressure away from AMC as possible and GME as possible, they've got to do that. They've got to create shiny things on the side of the road in order to distract away from the things that really hurt the most. I mean, come on, guys. 2 stocks. Computer share restricted 2 stocks out of every single stock in the market. They capped them. Which ones? AMC and GME. They capped them. You can't tell me that there's not something going on there. You don't just restrict just 2 stocks out of the entire stock market with a cap, unless that's applying like some serious pressure on the market. So something's going on here, and if you don't see the writing on the wall, then you just don't see the bigger picture. Future Whale says actually these are all the same place from every year. Yeah, Future Whale, it's because it's going to be all the same names that we've heard like a million times, and Caitlin just listed off so many. It's so true. These tactics aren't new tactics, guys. These are old tactics, super old tactics. They've been doing this. They've been doing this to us since last year. If you haven't been around, guys, and you're new here and you don't know what's going on, this is old news. Every single time they kind of try to come in with different plays, I can't even begin to go back and do some history searching on anything you want to look at. Go back and Reddit and search. Go to Wall Street Bets and search whatever ticker it is that you want to, and look for articles that are a year or older. Like look for something that's a year older and see what people weren't saying a year ago. Just go back and look. You'll see it. Same exact news. Same news. Something big is company. Something big is coming. It's something really big is coming. But they've got to scare people away from it because otherwise it's going to be really massive. Suit says, woke up and tried selling. Future Will says they could at least start using some good tickers or new companies. You know, it would make sense, wouldn't it? Why not change? Well, see, the thing is they've spent so much time pushing those. They spent a lot of time and money on pushing those for a reason. Manjit, good morning to you. Guys, I'm going to let my dog out real quick. I'll be right back. Those poor rabbits. I mean, he never gets them, but I mean, I can only imagine like every morning you wake up, you go outside, you're kind of enjoying the nice morning. Next thing you know, you have some predator like coming out after you. You're just like, I was just sitting here enjoying the outdoors, and next thing I know, I'm being attacked by this predator. It's like every single morning, why does my morning have to start like this? I feel so I feel so bad for those rabbits, man. They just like they don't have a chance. I mean, he never gets them, like I said, but I mean, it's just like they don't have a chance to enjoy their mornings. I'm just sitting here eating the grass, and the next thing I know, it's like, I'm running for my life. Oh man. Hassam says that's how the hedgies feel at market open. I can't even imagine like waking up every single morning like trying to enjoy my morning and then like this just like predator like coming after me. It's like running for my life for the door. It's like I imagine if you lived in like some place where there was just natural predators, like lions. You just every single day you walk outside to go grab your newspaper, you maybe got your coffee in your hand, and then like suddenly you see this lion just come charging at you, like running for your door. You're just like, I can get out of here. Ah, lions. I just can't even imagine living like that. Like, that's so terrible. What other predators? I can't even think of any other predators. Like, what other predators are there that like openly attack humans besides lions? Hyenas. You're just sipping on your. Oh man. So check this out. I've been to Africa before. I went on a safari at one time when I was younger. I think I was like a freshman in high school, so I was probably around like 14 years old or thereabouts. No, wait. I guess you're older than 14, are you? Uh, Maybe I was older than 14. I'm going to say I was 14 years old. 14 years old. Went to Africa, went on a safari, and they took us out at night. They did a night safari with us, and I'm telling you right now, hyenas are some of the most foul creatures. The sounds that they make are the things that are in your nightmares. They scare the living bejesus out of you. Somebody could literally just record hyenas, slightly modify the sound on it, and probably turn it into stuff that creates nightmares. I'm telling you right now, guys, that those creatures, hyenas, they're not from this world. They are not from this world. There's so many creepy things about hyenas I can't even begin um, to tell you like how scary they are. They're just scary and scary as can possibly be. Of course, I've seen videos of uh, tame hyenas before, and they don't seem as bad. But man, I'm just telling you, those things, there's nothing quite like them. Nothing. They'll make the hairs on the back of your neck stand, even if you're completely safe. Dino Mike says that's how I used to feel walking into work every day with my coffee. Then the supervisors would attack. They like pounce on you. That's a really good analogy, Dino. That's a good one. Sharma, good morning. Caitlin says hyenas chew through bone like we chew through. I'm telling you, man, it was the seeing hyenas eat and hearing them in the night, and their eyes are creepy, and they're just creepy, foul-smelling animals. I just can't even. They smell like death. They smell like death. Panthers like Pantheon. Keto, thank you very much. 1339 to 1639 got you down, buddy. Congratulations on last week, by the way. Wolf of Tsunami, or I said Tsunami. Tunisia. I mean, it's a possibility, right? 35% is always a possibility. Whenever you have a synthetic price failure, I'd have to see us break past really hard past 1442. So that's what I would say. That's what I would be saying to you is if we're breaking past 1442 and we're going down hard, we'll be seeing 12 more than likely. Usmani says hyenas have to be one of the most disliked animals. There's a reason for it. There is a total reason for them being disliked, though. I mean, when you experience them in the wild for the very first time in your life, you just don't even. You're not even like the brain has a hard time just like grasping what it is that you're seeing. To be honest with you guys, I think like if I had to choose between going out by death by lion or death by hyena, I'd rather go by lion. I think it'd go out faster, quicker. Yeah, coyotes don't even scare me that much. I mean, a wolf might scare me a little bit more, but a coyote, yeah, those don't really scare me too much. I used living in Arizona, I've seen plenty of those. I used to run all the time and came across them all the time. Casey, did you feel the rain down in Africa? No, I didn't. Yep. See, Sub has the boss is thinking along the lines how I'm thinking. The lion basically snaps your neck and then eats you after you're dead already. The hyenas, those things will just attack you and take bites out of you uh, one at a time and pick you away while you're alive. It's absolutely that's the truth. Watch them eat. I mean, usually they're clean up. But if you ever watch them like attack like in a pack, a live animal, it's not the way you want to go. It's just really not the way you want to go. You know what? I want to do this. Kind of makes me want to put up a post here, a poll. And this is so random, complete random poll, guys. But this is you guys are gonna be like, where the heck did this come from? I'm gonna try and put them in a random order. Does this autocorrect? Oh man, this doesn't autocorrect me. Hold on a second here. Let's see. I'm gonna have to make sure I spell these correctly because I don't want you guys thinking I can't spell because I can't. Let's see. What was the last one? Oh yeah. Did I get these all right? Huh. I spelled all these words right. You guys are you're gonna be like, you had problems spelling these words, guys. I'm the world's worst speller ever. I promise you. I actually got all these right though. I'm really kind of surprised to be honest. I'm lucky. I've always said this. I'm lucky that that I was born in this era with spell check. Otherwise, I would have never been as successful as I've been. Luckily, you can just spell check things. For natural disasters, I threw them up there. Why? It's completely random, guys. But I'm just kind of curious what you guys fear the most. What do you fear the most in those four natural disasters? Which one's the scariest to you? I'm just kind of curious. I know which one's scariest to me, and so I'm just kind of curious, like how many people have that same fear. It's not a hype poll. Super fan, it's not a hype poll. Remtac says the tornado ain't no joke. I don't want to say what I'm afraid of the most because I don't want to like skew anybody's opinion. Dang, Future Rail, you got shot, huh? It's crazy. I've always wondered what being shot feels like. Is it like a burning sensation? Superfan, I actually got them right, and I had to go check and make sure that I got them right first. So I didn't correct them. I went through and typed in each one into Google because I found out that I realized that when I was typing them into, I did an accidental typo on the keyboard on one of the, I think it was Tsunami, and so I had to and realized that it wasn't trying to correct it, and so I was like, uh oh, I better go make sure these are right first before I go posting it. Arthur, good morning to you. Bjork says we got very deadly ticks in the south. They beat all those natural disasters. Those ticks. Mike says my soon-to-be ex-wife's lawyer really scares me. Male or female, out of curiosity? My ex-wife got a female lawyer, and I thought that was kind of interesting. Vincent says falling into a snake nest with. Casey's Broken Cup says some of them hand dryers in the gents' toilets in the mall. Them things are like tornadoes. Uh, one of my kids covers their ears when they hear that because they don't like the sound of it. And I remember when I was young, I had problems listening to loud things. Like my parents would take me to well, being that they were both in the military, they would take me to I don't know what they call those marching events or they were like mini shows that were put on by like the Navy or the Air Force bands, and it was always just so loud for me as a kid, and I felt like the drums were like thunderous in my chest, and I just felt like I was gonna explode from the music. But yeah, loud noises were really painful for me as a kid as well. Yeah, I can move the van here for a second. A female lawyer. I don't know why. It's I don't know. I feel like there's something to that. There's something I don't know. I understand where you're going with that, Mike, and I get it. It's definitely more of a maybe women who are in a divorce are feeling attacked, and so having the female lawyers is gives them some kind of comfort. I don't know. Rem Taco's all my a dingo ate my baby. That's terrible. Hold on a second, guys. Uh, Arthur says, "I'm afraid of money. The term cost of living scares me. If I can't afford it, then I have to die. It seems a very scary term to me." Thank you, James. I appreciate that. I have no idea why I posted this poll up here, guys. It's just kind of one of those like random questions of the day. I think it's interesting that tsunamis up there is the highest one right now. It makes me wonder if I had ordered those in a different order, if they would have gotten different vote amounts. I'm gonna try and influence people here on voting. So like a tsunami, like you see that coming. Like all the signs of a tsunami coming are like really evident, and like if you know what you're looking for as far as like a receding ocean, you know what's coming next. So it's like something you can plan for, right? Like you know what's coming. Usually they have warnings or alarms. So it's not like it's usually a surprise. Um, on a hurricane, see, I'm trying to on a hurricane again. You can plan for it. It's coming. You know it's coming multiple days out before it gets there. It's something you can definitely get away from easily. An earthquake, you don't see it coming. There is no warning, and it just happens, and there's nothing you can do about it. A tornado sometimes has warnings, but not always, and can be one of those things that can get you catch you off guard. Um, so, like, I feel like the first two are kind of like things that you can prepare for, and the last two are things you can't prepare for. My wife just said, assuming that you could die from any of them, the tsunami would be worst. Oh, wait. Assuming you will die? She said, assuming you will die, the tsunami is the worst. I can get that. I get that. Well, but you don't feel like getting crushed in an earthquake's scary or falling from a high. Hmm. I always think of like one of the things I always think about when I cross really really high bridges is earthquakes. I don't know. It's too many movies, I'm sure. But I always think about like, oh, these cables could snap if there was an earthquake right now. Just earthquake always kind of scares me as I'm crossing like big bridges and that kind of stuff. Tornadoes I worry about while I'm sleeping. You know, are you gonna hear the alarm? We don't even really have any alarms where I live. Let me check here and see. Are people spoofing? I mean, if you're seeing orders there and they're disappearing and they're not showing up on the time and sales, then very likely so. So right now at 1464, there's 200. You should see 200 shares worth of orders go through before it changes. Or at 1462, you should see 155. I guess there was probably closer to 200 there a minute ago, as 40 went through already. So these gap fills here though at 1, where there's like a single share in there at from 50 down to 40. This is a very slow way of watching how they'd gap down the price. So from 1450 to 1440, they gap down the price by putting single share orders in there that complete to drop price from 50 to 46 to 44, and then settling on 40. So these are kind of like, since there's not a whole lot of trading going on right now, you can see these gap fill downs. They're trying to drop price here um, with single orders. Nana says, my first hurricane scared me. We went through 3 in 1 year, had house all prepped, and my kids wanted to go outside. The first hurricane that I was ever in, Nana, and of course I think had probably dissipated by the time it had gotten there, was in Virginia. And I remember very, very clearly, and I remember that it got to the eye of the hurricane, and I went outside and played, and it was actually really, it was eerie. Um, It was eerie. It was eerie seeing like big winds and lots of rain, and then just going to peacefulness. It was almost like a dead peacefulness. It was different. It was just way, way different than normally outside, and the color, the sky color was different. Everything was different in the eye of the hurricane. It was probably back in like 1986, maybe somewhere around thereabouts. But I didn't really feel like the hurricane was all that scary. So, but that was probably because it was a pretty mild. Did I say tornado? It was a really mild hurricane. Yeah, nighttime tornadoes are probably. I'm gonna skew the voting here a little bit, probably by making this comment. But nighttime tornadoes are probably my most feared thing on the list there. Tsunamis, as soon as I see that water receding, I'm gone. Living through earthquakes in California makes me less scared of them. And I've never been through a hurricane that scared me. So I'm leaning towards tornado. Oh yeah, sinkholes. Sinkholes are kind of crazy. Yeah, you're just like chilling in your kitchen. Next thing your living room just disappears. You're just like, oh, there goes my house. It's pretty messed up. Yeah, PC3. That's if you've never actually experienced one, it's probably a reason why you wouldn't be as scared of it. James, just remember, guy. I want to be very clear here. Rule number one: only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Don't make any rash decisions. Need to stick to some of these golden rules because they really do help keep your emotions in line and in check. So just be very, very careful with what it is that you're doing. I'm not going to try to tell you what to do. I'm just saying be careful. There's always a risk factor. Thank you, the American trader. It's, Jana was on. She wrote a message after the end of the day yesterday, I think it was, and she's like, I had to take back my dislike, and I was like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. It's okay. Don't worry about it. You can keep it. It doesn't matter. Yeah, but if you've never experienced an earthquake, I could definitely see why they might be more scary for you, or less scary because you've never experienced it. You guys ever see the movie Twister? Was it Twister? I think that was the name of the movie. Hold on a second, let me check it out and make sure. Was it who are the yeah, Helen Hunt and Bill Paxton. 1996 movie. It probably looks like trash now. But back in the day, that movie scared the living bejesus out of me. I couldn't even imagine doing the things that they were doing. Um, my luck would be is running into a shed to tie myself down to a pipe, and everything in the shed is sharp tools. That's how I envision tornadoes. I'm running into the shed to tie myself down to the pipe, and there's just nothing but sharp tools in the entire shed. Superfan says the tsunami scares the shit out of me. Imagine not being close to the beach, you won't see it coming. I mean, the thing is though, most beachfront locations usually have like tsunami alarms that go off though, so like you usually know it's coming long before it hits. I mean, they're just not very. They're not usually surprising events. Not anymore. What are we expecting today with AMC support at 14.7 and 14.5 for possible bounce or lower, you think? I really don't know the answer to that, Marco. All I can tell you is this. 1442 is 21.5% down. 21.5% down is usually when you start to see paper hands, right? So if there's been some paper hands along the way from 18, what was it, 1837, 37. If there's been paper hands along the way, whether it be institutional or not, then we'll see this drop below 1442 pretty decently. If it does drop below 1442 pretty decently, then the next turnaround point would be 35% down from 1837, which is about $12. It's like 11.96. So that's what I would be looking for. It's really going to depend on the 1442 number. And I couldn't possibly tell you whether or not, well, I can say this. In regards to OBV for AMC, in this downwards move from 18, let's see, is this 18? Yeah, 1837. There has been some selling, and you can see it in OBV here. I don't know who, but in regards to how much selling, our numbers are actually holding up pretty well. I mean, we were this kind of volume level back when we were much lower. So I don't see a whole lot of selling going on here, but there has been some selling, that's actual selling on this price run down here, but not massive amounts, not huge quantities, not nearly as bad of a slope as you see back here. On this rundown back here, you can see a much bigger slope, especially like this one too. These are much bigger slopes than what this one is. So we'll have to see. That's the number I'm going to be looking for to break. If it breaks hard past 1442, we could be looking at a drop to 12. Let's see. I got to go back up here and see what Helen Hunt's so hot. American Trader says tornado. Rem Taco says they did a Universal Studios ride for that, and the food a really hit job actually. That's cool. The IRS scares the shit out of me. Pro Jeweler says. Rem Taco says 2 weeks. For those of you guys just joining in this morning, I can tell you that we hit bottom on loan average age per day, which is the indicator that I look at that tells me that we're looking at a significant price increase within the next 15 business days. So that puts us sometime between now and the 11th of August. The Impossible with Naomi Watts and Wayne McGregor is scary too. I don't know if I've seen that. The Impossible. Let me look it up. I'm pretty sure I have not seen this movie. 2012. Huh. The Impossible. I have not seen that. Oh, this is the okay. Yeah. So tsunamis make me frustrated. This is probably why I didn't see this movie. One of my biggest frustrations about tsunamis, and it's probably because I've lived on the coastline before, is that when you see water recede, like all these people saw, um, like it should have been pretty evident what was coming. Oh man, I'm watching like the trailer for this. It's terrible. That sucks. Man, true story. Is that Ewan McGregor? Who is that? No, it just kind of looks like him a little bit. Yeah, it's sad. Yeah, I don't. Okay. That was sad. Thanks, Jenny. You got me down the sad road there. American Trader says Bill Paxton really liked him. I did too. Marco, uh, both, believe it or not, both of those are equally frightening to me. But I think I'd rather go out with water. But both are equally scary. Jay, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know how big the price is. Price rise is going to be. This last one took us up to 18 from it was a this last one when we had on loan average age per day predict the 1837 run. That was a 65.6% increase in price. That was I think that was pretty significant. But how much this next run is going to take us, I have no idea. I hope so too. I did talk about his tweet this morning. Okay, hold on a second here. BioLife is saying, did you talk about Adam Zarin's tweet and the Morse code after the first couple words? Hold on. Morse code. Hold up. Oh, the dots. Three dots, one dot. Are you talking about are you talking about by the way? And you've got three dots, one dot, three dots, one dot? Morse code. Hold on a second. Yep, SESE. That is the Morse code for SESE. Let's see here. One second. BioLife, I'm looking up right now to see in regards to SESE. Which is a rule by the SEC that states all stocks listed must provide financials. Hold on a second. I don't know if this is EU. Hold on, I'm looking. I'm looking for the SEC ruling. I don't see that listed anywhere, and so I'm kind of curious where that's coming from. Let me try making it not cap. Well, it shouldn't make a difference. Hmm. I'm looking. Hmm. I'm not seeing anything right off the top of my at the on a quick easy search. Uh, okay, I'll wait for you to put it out on Discord, BioLife, but I'm not seeing like on a quick search for SESE. I'm not seeing a ruling that is pulling up easily. Um, it's missing. Hold on a second. What's this? Let me try something real quick here. Hmm. I'm still looking. This is why I don't do DD in front of people, because it's like I can't read all this stuff and like talk at the same time. Um, the only reason I stopped talking though is that I did run across an article here, Securities and Exchange Commission on conflict minerals, and I'm not sure what this is that I've run across here, but it did pop up in an information find for SESE and SEC rules, but when I actually searched the documentation itself, there is nothing in here that is in relationship to SESE. So, conflict minerals that originated in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So, okay, that's nothing to do with the United States. Okay, so this is probably X'd out. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything else here. So I'll just wait till you put it into the Discord, because on my initial search here, I'm not seeing anything. In regards to what it is that's being said here, this is the portion that he's talking about. Is, by the way, there's a dot 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 at the end, then a dot, then a dot dot dot, and a dot. That's SESE. To those in the Twitterverse, just in case you are unaware, I like to play chess like this guy. My guess is he wins far, far, far more games than he loses. So I don't know. I'm not seeing. I didn't see anything on an initial pull up on that though. Oh, that was McGregor in the movie? Oh, okay. I thought it looked like him. Janice says it's a happy ending, but you'll cry. I guarantee it. Man, I don't like crying. I don't want to do that. Maggie says Casey New York Angelo did a video about six stocks analysts trashing AMC, saying the price will drop to $6, etc. Why would they ruin their reputation? Not sure. Um, Boris, that's, I don't know that that's SOS. That's too many dots and dashes you got in there. Tammy says, Casey, have you seen the movie Deep Impact, where Tia Leone's character realized they were going to die, so she went to the beach where her father was and stood there and waited for the wave to hit them? I do. Very impactful for me seeing that. The movie itself was just kind of meh, and it was kind of lame that they pushed theirs out more quickly to get ahead of the other one with Bruce Willis. Like Deep, I don't remember what the other one was. It wasn't Deep Impact. It was Armageddon. So but and Armageddon seemed like a more fun movie to me. But I do remember that when they went out and stood on the beach, they knew it was coming, and very impactful scene. Although I don't know that. I mean, I guess all things are possible in regards to like an asteroid impact, but like a regular tsunami normally probably wouldn't look like that. Wade says, cease, or rather cease, bring, or come to an end. Good morning, Apex. Remtax says, like conflict diamonds. Yo says, alluding to a cease and desist, question mark. I don't know. SESE certification is designed to improve the efficiency of the romance market companies on health and safety issues through viable protocols and standards. Aiden says romance market chickabawa. Oh shoot, guys! I forgot to take my break. I gotta take my break. I gotta get 15 minutes in here before the day starts. You guys are right. It's break time. Got to get out of here and take a 15-minute break. BioLife got me hooked on a mission trying to look up information. Slider MV saying SEC, so like SE and then SE and then the SE being a C. Could be. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you back here 15 minutes before market open, and we'll get price prediction from me here. Yeah, thanks, Jay. I appreciate it. I'm out. little bit of barcoding action here just before market open. Got a little bit of a volume stick here of 61,000 shares, which is almost as much as our 74,000 pokey stick of volume that we had earlier. All right, price prediction for the day. I'm gonna price in a drop. If we drop it again, like I said, if we drop below 1442, there's a very good strong chance that we could hit 12. I'm gonna price in, I think 14 to 17 is my price range. I think that's a pretty good price range. Monty, thank you for the price prediction, sir. Let's see what you got here. 1478. Oh, same number as you had yesterday. Got you down. I'm gonna go 14 to, man, I kind of want to do 1350, but I just think that if we go that low, it'd be quicker. 13. I'm sticking with 1450. I mean 14 to 17. 14 to 17 is probably going to be mine. I wouldn't look at it as the DTCC doesn't have the money, but I haven't actually looked into it, and I know Bigham's was going to do a video on it. I didn't watch Bigham's video, but I think that there's a, the fact that they may be requesting more money doesn't necessarily mean they don't have it. I haven't actually seen the actual documentation yet on that, and I haven't seen Bigham's video, and I do usually rely on Bigham's and what he has to say regarding some of those documents, but I haven't personally looked into it, so I can't really definitively talk about it, I guess. Tammy says, Casey, do you think that that SES could have anything to do with the stock ticker SES? It's something to do with lithium batteries. I've been wondering about lithium. I know I've posted some stuff, Tammy, in the Discord about lithium and HYMC. I don't know. It's a great question. Easter Beast says, is it normal if you trade pre-market that it doesn't execute right away? It depends on what kind of order type you put in and what kind of price you put in there for your order. So if you remember this, if you remember the discussion on yesterday with the limit orders, if you want your order to execute right away, then you should be putting in a value higher than current market price. So if you want your order to execute right now, at this moment in time, you would be putting something in higher than 1465. Actually, higher than 1467 because there's 200. In order to get it to fill, you need to hit the 200 on the ask side. Shares at 1467. So it's got to be above. It's got to be at the ask price at the very minimum. Keto says after MOASS I'll have PTSD from not from the pain of the manipulation, but from Casey's break music. Do I need to change it up again? Is it pretty bad? I can do that. I can change it. From 8:10 to 8:15 on GME, there were orders that went through. So whatever you're looking at probably just wasn't reporting during that period of time. I see orders. Unless you're talking about 9:10 to 9:15. Let's see about that one. Nope, I still see orders then too. Just a few minutes ago. I don't see anything weird. Hold on. Okay, so it looks like there might have been, let's see, 18, 19, 20, 21. I see minutes filled everywhere along the line. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. Yeah, I see orders the entire way on it. It's good to cross compare and make sure that that it's not just reporting from one platform to another. The VIX is showing the market's going to be heading down a little bit here right off a market open. Let me take a look at the futures and what they're kind of signaling towards. I'm seeing anywhere close. I'm seeing about a 0.5% down on most of the markets right now, or most of the exchanges, I should say. Most of the exchanges are about somewhere between 25 and 50%, or 0.25 and 0.5% down. The VIX is showing at 1.65 in the futures. David Stevens, welcome to the channel. This is an AMC channel only. We're not accepting advertisements for other stocks today or ever. Ever. I know it's gonna seem like I'm being extra picky about this today, guys, but I know what's happening here. I really, I mean, that's the whole reason why I called the title of the show today. I can feel the shills already. I knew it was coming. As soon as I woke up this morning and saw what was happening in the market, I was like, I know exactly what's going to happen today. So today is going to be a very huge, strong push against anti discussion of other plays out there. This is an AMC channel. If you want to talk about something other than AMC, or you want some data or something like that, I'm more than willing to give you data. But if you just want to do random shout outs to random stocks out there that are having boosts, I don't care. I don't want to hear about it. That's not what I'm here to discuss. So go take it someplace else. I know I sound like I'm being rude, but seriously, it's AMC and ADD, not everybody else in ADD. So I'm sticking to it. Is ADD even a ticker? I don't even know if I've ever looked. Let's check and see. Oh shoot! I didn't even know it was. I've never heard of this Arctic Star. That's funny. I've never even looked at it. Yeah, we've been seeing a couple of these in the morning, Glenn. This has been happening quite a few days. I feel like you've been here for a while. You should know. We've been having these single orders going through right at the beginning of every single morning for like a good week or two now. Almost every single morning, it seems like. Nothing new. Make him cry, Casey. I'm just saying, guys. I knew where today was gonna go. The minute that I woke up this morning and saw what was going on in the market, I was like, yep, this is gonna be one of those days. So I've actually turned back on the 5 minute restriction in order to be able to say things because I knew it was coming. Patrick, you're welcome, man. I know, guys, for a fact that there's going to be other things that are running. I know it. I know it. You don't have to tell me. I know what's going to be happening. There's a reason for that. There's a massive, massive reason why there's going to be other things that run first. They got to take away the pain from the thing that's going to hurt them the most. No, I'm not going to add DRS to my poll. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to go ahead and start up the intro for the morning. I will see you guys on Aftermarket Open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and advance.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy a negative return.
Everybody be cool, it's the robbery!
You and move! And I'll execute every last one of you!
Me and Fast got the apps, we out to rob the bank. We got Steve outside, counter full pack, and everything's cool and everything's smooth.
Ooh, hey, that's smooth.
I walk into the teller, I give her the letter. She gives me the loot with puckered up lips and a wink that I found cute. And I said, baby, 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 is there some karmic love thing happening here, baby, or what? By that time, Fast tapped me with the said it's time to blow, you know. So out the door we go, back to the ride. Steve inside and alive, and off we drive. See, I hurt my lower lumbar, you know we never get far riding around in a stolen police car. So we dropped it off and piled in the caddy. Steve was driving, cause I had to talk to my man.
Folks, I don't know anything about any setup. You can torture me all you want. Torture you, that's a good idea. I like that one.
Running around, robbing banks, all whacked up with Scooby snacks. Running around, robbing banks, all whacked up with Scooby snacks. Now I don't give a fuck about the Hell's Gate and punking the crowd, man. I'm still standing up straight. So we do these jobs, make a little money. No one gets hurt if they don't act funny. On the way to the yacht, we almost got caught. Fast shooting mailboxes going where the cops is, yeah. They at the donuts adjacent from the foreman whose mailbox Fast had just exploded. They gave chase from our man Steve's and Ace, and we lost those brothers with haste. We cast it off, and along we went off Bermuda to an island resort we rented.
Sunshine, I need you cool. Are you cool? I am cool.
Running around, robbing banks, all whacked up with Scooby snacks. Running around, robbing banks, all whacked up with Scooby snacks. Running around, robbing banks, all whacked up with Scooby snacks. Running around, robbing banks, all whacked up with Scooby snacks.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning to you guys today. So the title, I can feel the shills already. I woke up this morning. As soon as I looked at what was going on with AMC's ticker, I knew what was going to happen today. The shills are going to be strong. They're going to be coming in, pushing all other kinds of stuff. Look at this, look at that. You got to see what's going on over here. Look over here, see this, see that. AMC, why is it down so much? There's just wait, guys. This is textbook for what is supposed to happen during this period of time. This is exactly what they try to do. They try to push the price down, and they try to encourage people to look at other things or discourage them from their positions to leave. That is the main objective here. That's absolutely 100% the main objective. Get us to focus on something else or want to leave the position. That's the rule. That's the game. That's the game that we're playing right here. And I'm not going to allow it. So in case anybody is thinking about throwing out ticker IDs, I'm going to be extra strict on it today. Really extra strict. Normally I would just be like, hey, we don't talk about that here today, guys. Today, no. I crack down today. Today is a different story. Today I crack down and say, nope, no. It's like a movie. Nope, not gonna happen here. It's not gonna happen. I totally don't mind looking at some of the stuff that I normally look at, just because I think that they are good indicators to where we're moving to, like the SPY. Somebody wanted to look at the SPY. We're down 0.58% so far in the pre-market. These are important things to look at because it helps us understand why things are happening the way they're happening. We've got news on GME. Let's see what news is here. Top 10 NFTs to buy. Weekly sales volume. Bored Ape Yacht Club returns to the highest spot. Moonbirds lands again. NFTs are a hot topic. We're seeing Bitcoin that is running down right now as well. It's down to 20,976 a coin. ABC says LMNOP is on fire. Flip them, don't step in them. Have you guys heard about Melvin Capital? It's and I'm not going to silence people. I understand there's going to be people who are upset. Who was it? Who said this earlier? Somebody said this. Where did the name go? David Stevens. Sorry, I'm sorry you think that this is stupidity, but it's really not stupidity. It's exactly what it is that I've said it's been from the get-go. I've never really had an altering view or opinion on what it is that I'm covering and what I think that I should be talking about. I'm here to talk about AMC, not other stuff. It's never changed. If you want data, if there's specific data that you want to see that you can't go look up on your own, and you need me to provide that for you, I will do it. If there's something you need, if you want me to go look up how much short interest there is on a particular stock or ticker like that, absolutely. Ask away. I'm here. I'm ready to help. I want to see you win, but I am not going to talk about the other things. Just not. But it's going to make it kind of a boring day. I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's going to make it a little bit of a boring day today. Tony says, kick me. How hard? Oh, man. Glenn says, oh, I get it now. ADD is short interest, literally. It is. It is. That's exactly what it is. It is short interest. REL says, I want a t-shirt that says, have you heard of Melvin Capital? That'd be a pretty good shirt. Casey saw, check out the private message on Discord. Fed rate hike, I think it's tomorrow, Monty. I believe I'm almost positive that's tomorrow. Let me just check real quick here. 1 second. I have that page open. 27th is the day. Today's the 26th, so not till tomorrow. And I believe I'd have to pull up, but I think that it's going to be. Actually, I don't know. Let me look and see if I can't find out when that's going to be for you. But let me look at the message real quick from BioLife. Let's see here. Security Exchange Service Element, which ties back to the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, which translates to this. Let's see. It's the act that requires that companies have publicly traded stock provide financials. I'll have to take a look into this, maybe on my break a little bit later. Security Exchange Service Element. And I will take a look at that on my break later on. See what I can find out on that. In regards to the Fed meeting tomorrow, let's see. Tomorrow is going to be the 27th. Press conference looks like at 2 p.m. Selected interest rates showing up at 4:50. I think it might be around 2. It looks like there might be a press conference around 2. So I'm going to go with 2 p.m. Until I hear otherwise. Shopify laying off 10% of staff. Ross says, Casey, were you thinking last month that we would see a large price move in July? Do you think it will now be early August, given that we already did see the price rise, Ross? We saw a 60. Hold on a second. It was a 65.6% increase in price. That indicator from Ortex, the on-loan average age per day, the first signal on that one, the first signal down was on July 1st. If you go to the calendar and look at July 1st, 15 business days from July 1st would have been the 22nd. If we come back out to the charts on the daily, let's get rid of all this junk in here. The 22nd of July would have been all the way up until a couple days ago. So, I mean, this massive price increase here was signaled on the 1st of July, and it started on the 7th. So the signal started back right here. And within 3 days after that, we started seeing massive price increases. And if you don't consider 65.6% increase in price, not a massive increase, I don't know. I mean, we're just going to have to agree to disagree. It doesn't mean that price can't come back down. It certainly does, as you can see. There was another signal, though. There was another signal on this starting today. So it went down. Here, I'll just kind of throw it up on the screen so you guys can see it here. So this is the first dip right here, July 1st, within 4 trading days. It was actually 4 trading days because there was some trading that happened, but just not here on the U.S. On July 4th. The 5th, the 6th, and then starting the 7th, price started ripping all the way up. The second signal on this wasn't here. It wasn't July 8th because we only had 1 day of upwards movement, and then it continued to fall down. We need 2 days. Here's the first. It's actually a 2-day run right here. At 51 on July 21st, on July 21st, we had a 2-day run upwards on this indicator, meaning that from this drop from here, 82.42 all the way down to 51.23, we've had a pretty massive drop on loan average age per day. July 21st marks the next 15-day period cycle on when we may see a next big price hike. And if you draw out from the July 21st date, that would be the 11th, I believe, of August. Yep, 11th of August would be the final day to where we could potentially see that big price run. So there's something in the works. There's definitely something in the works right now. This is by far the most reliable indicator that I have ever found on predicting when price runs were going to be coming, and it's signaled. Because Ross is saying, Casey, why is today any different? Why are you approaching the shield distractions differently? Because I know what's going to happen here. I'm trying to help people out, man. I'm trying to help people out, and I know what's going to happen here. That's the best I can do, and as far as an answer goes. Yeah, that's the best I can do. I can't answer that any further. That's the best that I can say. But I mean, see, the thing is, guys, is you guys can really like, I mean, if you think about it, like anybody that wants to come in here and start talking about other stocks, like they literally, like just to come in and tell everybody like such and such a stock is running, what's the point? Like they can go check, anybody could go check that out on their own. Like if you're trading in the market, that's your responsibility to go and look for, positions that you want to take. It doesn't take me to, you know, to turn me into a platform for them to be able to push a different stock. I think is not right. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to talk about AMC. I don't know how many they have to buy today, Glenn, but there's definitely indications that there are additional shares that could be stacking that may have to be purchased. But if people here's the thing, guys. If you want to go see some information about another stock, uh, you know, either go check it out for yourself or find somebody who's advertising other positions. It's real simple. I'm not holding you guys hostage here. I've never ever suggested that you guys have to stick around and continue to watch. It's entirely up to you. You have that freedom, that choice. You are free. Be free. Do what you want to do. I'm doing what I want to do. Let's see here. I've got all the price predictions in for the day today. I don't know if I read those off or not yet. Well, I guess I might as well just wait another 13 minutes. That's fine, Dr. Zeno. I'm not throwing. I mean, you can say what you want. That's fine. I don't. That timeline as far as the is absolutely AP. We certainly can. That timeline is as far as the 15 business days would definitely could potentially throw us out beyond this week. So yeah, sounds good, AP. In regards to RSI, I don't know if RSI is one of those topics, AP, but it is definitely leaving the room for some price improvement here. That RSI is really starting to be. If you go to any one of these time signals or time intervals above a 1 minute right now, we've got some pretty low numbers here. You got 29.78 on the 5 minute. You've got 21.97 on a 30 minute. You have 21.98 on an hourly. On the daily, we've got it down to 47.60, which is under half. And on the weekly, we were under half at 43. So some of this RSI is really, really, really low. Uh, AP, what time is best for you? Because I know I missed you last night. Unfortunately, well, to be very honest with you, I was playing video games and wasn't watching my phone. I wasn't watching my phone at all. I was playing video games, and by the time I saw it, I knew it was too late. So I was like, I didn't even want to try to bother waking you. Casey, Home Builders Association announced housing recession. MBS equals plus 0.42%. Thoughts? One of the first signs, right? One of the first signs in 2008 was the housing market to take a big old dump. Oh, you were up till 1 a.m. AP? Dang, man, I should have contacted you. It was like it was pretty late my time when I thought about calling you, and I was like, he's probably trying to sleep. So I'm playing this new. Um, it's some kind of like battleship game. It's like I actually don't know the name of it. It was a free download, and it's like Ships of War or something. I don't remember the name of it is, but it's a battleship game where you're driving around a ship and you shoot other ships. It's kind of boring, to be honest with you. I don't there's I To be honest, Thor Blade, I don't feel like there's. I just got done with the second uh Horizon game. Is it Horizon? And I can't think of what the name of it is, but maybe it's Breath of the Wild. And so and to be honest with you, I have a feeling that it's going to be a while before I see another game that I want to play. It was really good. I really like the game a lot. I wished. Was it Westward? Okay, yeah, Westward. Maybe that's what it was. Westward, the new one. It was really good, guys. I have a few critiques of what I think they could have done to make the game better, but I mean, it was good. I really, really enjoyed it. But Donkey Kong, I understand, man. I hear you. I would love to give my thoughts on other positions. I really would. Um, I really don't have a. If you guys want to get on the Discord and you want to talk with me later after we do the live stream, I don't mind talking to you about it off live. So if you want to find me in the Discord, if you guys want to talk to me in the Discord, and you want to talk about other tickers, I don't have a problem with that. Right here, right now, we're talking about AMC. Offline, what happens in the back of the big tramp stays in the back of the big tramp. So we can talk about whatever you want over there. So yeah, hit me up over there. Let me know you want to get, you want to talk, and I'll head over there. I've got tonight off. If you guys want to talk tonight about stuff, we can. Cause I really, I'm not I'm not anti other stocks. I just don't want to talk about them. Not in this historical moment that we're recording. I just don't think it's appropriate. Dr. Zena says you should have a separate Discord where only hot Koch subject is discussed. I can, I'll never, I wonder if I could ever meet him in real life and not call him by his full name or saying it the way that I say it. Like, I feel like if I just walked up and said, "Hey, Hawk, how's it going?" It would feel so awkward to me. I just would have a hard time saying Hawk and not completing it with Koch. Oh, son of a dang it. I knew there was something I was supposed to toast yesterday. Son of a, I have your 25th, your 30, July 25th, 30 years old, Thor Bladed. I had you written down and I was supposed to toast to you. I knew there was something I was missing. You know what? I'm toasting you today. I know it's late, Thor Bladed. I apologize, man. I had it written down in my notes and I completely forgot about it, dude. Aw, man. I am such a bum. Hold on a second. I'm writing it down on my table here. I should have written on my table. I knew that was going to happen when I put it in my notes. I was like, I'm gonna forget about that. I should have just looked at my notes and then written it down on Sunday. I knew there was some. As soon as I was doing the toast yesterday, I was like, I know there's something I'm missing. I couldn't think of what it was. Why is my pen not writing? I need a new pen. I'm gonna have to go out and buy a new pen. My pen's not writing. Right, pen. All right, I wrote you down though. I can see it. Thorbladed, I apologize, man. I had it written down and everything. I'll show you. Look at this, because you haven't heard me type yet. You know when I type. Check this out. There's a list of all the people that I've got blocked. But look at you down here. Thorbladed, July 25th, 30 years old. Congratulations, man. By the way, 5 more years. I'm just going to throw this out there. 5 more years, Thor bladed, and you're gonna start feeling pains you didn't know you had. So enjoy the next 5 years as much as you possibly can, because everything's downhill after 35. It's just every year there's something new, and you're like, oh, come on, this has to hurt now. It's all downhill, man. So enjoy the next 5 years. You got 5 more good ones. Live life to the fullest. MG Toe says, "Good morning. The 50 million Adam Aron used to retire 72 million debt was the indication I was looking for. Management is not just writing AMC into bankruptcy. Thank you, Adam Aron, for the bone." I'm not gonna say it 5 times fast, AP. That's gonna lead to trouble. Cassius says, "Word on the street is DTCC is broke." I don't know that they're broke, but I do know that they're requesting an increase in funding. That may I don't know. I haven't read anything that I saw that said broke yet. But I didn't watch AMC Bigham's video yesterday, which I was waiting for. I was actually talking to Pantheon last night, and then he had some really cool news, and I got sidetracked. And then I was like, it's gaming time, because he actually has some news, which he's already released, so I can say something now. Pantheon's got some news. Him and Boss Blunt's Marcel, they're going to be doing an interview with HYMC's CEO. Let me pull up her name. Diane something. Is it Diane, HYMC? Yeah, Diane. I'm going to screw up the last name. Garrett. I'm going to go with Diane Garrett. Diane Renee Garrett. They got an interview lined up, and I was really excited to hear that for him. I thought that was really cool. I really can't wait to see that interview. I think it's gonna be a good interview. Doug, in real life, I've taken a look at the cumulative delta a little bit. I want to run by it with AP as well. AP is kind of like my go-to guy for looking at things with TradingView, and I want to get his eyes on it as well to look at the source code. And I'll just show you. I've got it pulled up over here on the side. I did a little digging into the source code on this indicator, because if you're going to look at an indicator that's built by somebody else, you want to understand what it is that's being how they're calculating it. I guess is probably the correct way to say it. And you want to find out if they're calculating it out correctly. So since this is a privately owned indicator by well, at least the one I pulled is from Lonesome the Blue, and it's got some pretty good numbers here. But I still like to dive into it and understand the specifics on how they're doing the coding for the indicator. So, and I haven't had a chance to really deep dive into it with AP yet. So, in regards to whether or not it's something I would use, probably not yet. Glenn Miller says, "Listen to the old wise men. It starts to suck after 35." Thanks, Glenn. Arthur Martin says, "So the crime candle's coming before," and I don't know what that word is now. Something now. Um, what is that word, Arthur? I can't fill it in. I don't know what that is. Open. It's probably open. Open now. Coming before open. Um, I'm not sure if I understand the question. Food Doc says maybe DTCC shouldn't waive margin calls. Yeah, that would probably make a difference. Maggie says wait until you reach 60. I don't know, Maggie. Maybe I'll be gone before 60. I don't know. I don't mean that in a bad way, but I don't know. Maybe I won't want to see 60. Maybe I'll live my life in a way where 60 is unattainable. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully, I can get my life back in order in regards to healthiness and weight, and which I think I can. I've done it, a couple times in my life before. So, after this is all over, I'm gonna start working on getting it back in shape again, and hopefully, if I can get myself into shape, I can avoid some of those later pains at 60. Jabib says it really starts at 50 unless you sit in a van for 9 hours. So what you're telling me is there's more pain in my future. That's awesome. AP sounds good, man. Appreciate it. BioLife Hemp says the candle that usually happens after close is happening before open now, and it's happening after close and before open. But yeah, you're right. It's showing up in two different places. Actually, you know what? I wonder if I've gotten an email yet from FINRA. Hold on a second. I'm going back and checking my emails here. What is today? It's the 26th. So I should have gotten it at least on the 25th or later. Give me 1 second. I'm looking to see here if I've gotten an email from FINRA. I sent them a question and never, I'm hoping that maybe I got a response. Nope, no response yet. I almost silenced you, Ariel. I almost silenced you because I was like, oh, come on, not Ariel with another ticker. Okay, so I don't know what TRT is, but it probably makes, what is it, like fish oil or something? I bet it's like, it's probably some kind of like, oh, testosterone? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I started to do something like that at one point, and I got some hair thinning that was going on. And of course, I've heard that you can use like shampoos or something like that to fix it. And I was like, screw this. And so I stopped. I was like, I don't need this crap. I don't. I'd rather have my hair than have my whatever else it is that it that it gives me. Alrighty, it's time to take a look at the numbers. GD, welcome back, man. I haven't seen you in a hot minute, it seems like. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I don't know, it just feels like it's been a hot minute since I've seen the name. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. It could prevent somebody from getting into your account that you don't want in your account. I'm going to take you guys over the other page. If I haven't read what it is that you've said, I probably won't be seeing it. So hold those thoughts and comments for me until after I'm done looking at the numbers. Starting in the top left-hand side of the page for the morning this morning, everybody got a price prediction tally point. This is just for apes that are trying to guess price on a day-to-day basis to keep ourselves sharp. Because our old age tends to make us dull. Have you guys noticed the beard's getting like really kind of shaggy at the ends? I'm gonna go get a trim this week. I hate my picture. Taking a look at some of our price predictions for the day today. I've got 14 to 17. Eric's got 1340 to 1640. Keto has 1339 to 1639. And Monty has 1478 to 1778. We'll see how that pans out for us. We have tripped a synthetic price failure point at $14.42, which is a 21.5% down point. I would expect price to bounce off of that amount or thereabouts, unless it's going to run down 35%, which would be down to $12. Short exempt volume was down by about 100,000 shares day over day to 256.5 thousand. Utilization, I think we're on day number 116 days of utilization being 100%. I'm gonna have to go back and re-verify what yesterday's number was. We're either on 116 or 117. I can't remember which. I'm gonna have to go to yesterday's video and make sure, because I feel like yesterday wasn't 115. I feel like yesterday was 116. Anyways, moving on. Day over day price increase was a decrease yesterday of 3.81% day over day. Max pain down below me is currently at $15. It was 15 yesterday and carried over to 15 today. Hold on a second, guys. It's already down. Never mind. Moving to off exchange. By this time of the morning, I would expect off exchange to be around 44% and the EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11. That has not been the case lately. These numbers have been super, super elevated. We currently have the off exchange at 57.56 and the CBOE EDGX at 12.10, giving us a grand total of 69.66. Nice. Percent of our off exchange, majority of our off exchange volume. Ooh, indigestion. Taking a look at institutional share ownership, it did decrease institutional ownership by about 300,000 shares day over day this morning earlier. Let's go ahead and refresh it and see what it's at now. 190.375 was the value just prior to the refresh. It is still the same. Looking at the Ortex data, there is approximately 1.08 shares having been borrowed so far according to Ortex this morning. That's going to have the effect of increasing the short share interest of the percentage of the free float to 18.89. The cost to borrow average is at 10.19, which is up. The max is at 12.51, and the min is at 8.27. Shares on loan actually went down yesterday 5.2 million and back up today 5.2 million. So we're right back where we were from last Friday. In regards to short interest, we'll take a look at that and those numbers here in just a minute. We got to look at the options first. So let me refresh that and see where the highest amount of our option data volume is coming in at. But while I'm doing that, let me go ahead and transfer a couple pages over here. Hold on one second. Alrighty. Highest amount of volume is currently at, oh, I'm on the wrong page. Highest amount of volume is currently at a $15 strike price. That's $1 down from where it was yesterday. And there's 2.8 thousand contracts. Not very many. So low volume on options right now. At a $14 strike price, which is $1 less than what it was yesterday, there is currently 2.9 thousand contracts. So very, very even amounts of volume coming out of calls and puts. Highest amount of volume. There's definitely more call volume going on right now than put volume as a whole. I mean, there's only two. I only see a $14 and a $13 strike price on put volume that's over 1,000 contracts. So there's very, very low volume in puts today. But the market is signaling for a closing price today somewhere between 14 and 15. Taking a look at our data here on Ortex, we've got utilization. I think it's 116 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. I'll have to go back and re-verify my data later, but let's zoom in on this and we'll see that the on loan amount did increase back up to where it was 2 days ago. It was 142.53. It's now 142.58. So that 5.2 million increase. Interestingly enough, 2 million of that was short interest, that was positions that were closed. What I want to kind of do right now is look and see if that was just reopened short interest positions, and indeed it was. So out of that 2 million, out of the 5.2 million that was returned, 2 million of it was short interest that was closed. But on the 5.2 million that they just borrowed back, 2 million of it was new open short interest, estimated. So not really a whole lot of change, just a moving of positions. So it seems like, perhaps they made some money on this drop in price right here, from 18 down to 15, and perhaps closed out some of those positions and are reopening up new positions. Security lending volume was a little bit down day over day from 19.25 to 11.65, so almost halved. And then one of the indicators that I really like to look at the most, that I've talked about already once before earlier, was on loan average age per day. We found a bottom. It hit bottom on the 21st, and we've got 2 straight days of upwards momentum. The thing that I think that I want to point out the most here is that we had 5.2 million shares loaned, and this value still went up. There's either some really super old loans, or mainly only new loans are left. That could be the case. I don't know. I think it's old. It's got to be old. When we find bottom on this, like we just did on the 21st, 15 business days should be another run within. So we're looking like August 11th. Sometime between now and August 11th, there should be another good run. The last time we had a run was back here, and we ended up having a 65.6% increase in price. Let's see. GME is currently trading, according to Fidelity, based off of orders, 13th with 70% buys to 30% sales. AMC in 18th with 63% buys to 37% sales. Trigger price for SSR is $13.42. Shares available to borrow have only been mainly returns since earlier this morning. Fees are down to 7.2%. So far on Stock Tracker, it's reported about 600,000 shares having been loaned. 111.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 8.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 36.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 14.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 1.15, Dow Jones is down 0.33, and the S&P 500 is down 0.66. The market is declining with 4,320 decliners to 2,431 advancers. And the VIX is up 4.15. IWB is down let's look at VIX for just a second. My mind's going there. Just want to see where it's heading to on the daily. Starting to head back up. Just wanted to look at it. IWB is down 0.79, IWD is down 0.42, IWM is down 0.78, Tesla is down 1.82, Amazon is down 3.25, Cinemark is down 1.19, Doge is down 1.87, Bitcoin is down 1.76, GME is down 4.44, HYMC is down 0.81, Hood is down 3.88, NCMI is down 5.22, and AMC is down 4.36. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we currently have $3 million more in outflow than inflow. 6.02 million shares having been traded for the day today. Oops. After 46 minutes of trading, giving us a pace of 51 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares. I might be high. If it continues on like this, I might end up being high. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure on the Vortex indicator with RSI at 42.98, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.6, which is just slightly below average. On the hourly, we have in the last 2 hours, we have a crossover of more selling pressure than buying pressure, crossover and redirected back downwards with RSI at 22.12. Massive amounts of dipping underneath, RSI dipping underneath 30. On the 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 23.79, which is signaling oversold. Again, third time down within the last 24 hours into oversold territory. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.36, which is below average. For those of you who like to see Ichimoto, on the hourly, we have lagging line below price line, we have conversion line below baseline, and prices below the cloud. So nothing. I don't see anything bullish around this at all. Also, we would want to probably see the cloud starting to thin in order for us to see like a future where price is going to start rocketing up through this. However, on the 4-hour, the red cloud is starting to form. And price does typically like to move up through the thinner portions of the red cloud. This could potentially push us out to, the 2nd of next month. But we do have the lagging line below price line, the conversion line below baseline, and the price now below the cloud currently. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. Foo Dog says, can we just move the decimal point over twice? To the left? I'm just teasing. Dr. Zeno says, need to form a club. All my friends and family have ostracized me because of AMC Club. Glenn, I'm going to give you timeout. I've already stated my point for the day today. I'm not gonna waver on this. There's going to be and I know you contribute quite a bit in here, but I shouldn't have to. I mean, I know you were here earlier when I was talking about it. I'm going to be really firm on this. I'm not talking about other tickers here. No random shout outs. It's been a rule on this channel for a long time, but today I'm cracking down. And you can see it in the title. I can feel the shills already. I knew this was going to happen today. I knew there were going to be people coming in just trying to talk about other tickers. I want this to be about AMC here. So AMC and whatever people want to talk about in the community in regards to just being a part of a community. Because I got made fun of for the talking about tsunamis, hurricanes, earthquakes, and tornadoes. For those of you who are just joining in for the day to day, this was talked about earlier, and I'll bring it up one more time. This is kind of interesting. I need to check into this a little bit here. I want to check into this. As BioLife Hemp was talking about the fact that there were some dots specifically after by the way, which in Morse code is SESE. BioLife is saying that there may be a link here to Security Exchange Service Element. I'm going to take a look at that when I go on break here in about an hour from now. But I'm looking forward to researching into that. But it does say to those in the Twitterverse, just in case you're unaware, I like to play chess like this guy. My guess is that he wins far, far, far more games than he loses. When I see this right here, I see a contractual agreement between two individuals to play a game, and I'm seeing multiple contractual agreements to play a game. And according to Aron, this guy probably doesn't lose all that often. So we may be seeing this is my perspective on this, and it doesn't have to be everybody's, and this is just how I view it. But I think this is Aron saying to us, there's more than just one thing that's going to be part of the pounce. The pounce is going to be multiple things. So the idea that any one specific thing is the quote unquote pounce. I'm gonna go ahead and read into this picture and be like, nope. I think he's saying he's playing the field. And my response to that is the only way that you don't lose to a grandmaster chess player, or the only way you don't lose is you don't play. So that's my take on it. It doesn't necessarily have to be right, but that's how I see that. Sammy says, Casey, any similarity between June 21st run up and now, please? Let's check it out. Let's get rid of everything else here. You're talking about to the 34 something around. Wait a minute. June. Say what? Do you mean May maybe? Are you talking last year or are you talking about this year? Let me see. Hold on a second. I'm going back up here. June 21st run up and now. June 21st. Okay. So you're basically talking about this last run to 18. You're talking basically like this. You're talking this run up to 1837 from. It was actually the 13th. We started the run on the 13th when it was 1109, and we ran it up to 1837. In regards to similarities, yeah, there is a bit of a similarity there, isn't there? Also want to note, somebody had mentioned the other day. They said, "Hey, is this a cat? Is this a exploding kitten?" And I said, I didn't think so. It might actually have been an exploding kitten. And usually, when price moves down from an exploding kitten, in case you want to see what it is I'm talking about, there's our exploding kitten. crappy looking Head and Shoulders, the price dropped down. Usually, price finds some kind of support level around previous points to the exploding kitten's head. So usually it would be somewhere around like this range, like maybe 1489, perhaps maybe like the 1391 range. This might be a little bit of a different case though. But in regards to the 21st rundown, we had a very similar pattern, but it's more difficult to see. Hold on a second. It's going to be really hard to see here, but you could suggest that this might be the cat right here on its side. Then you have like the head and shoulder pattern. And then you have price dropping down. So there is a case to be made here. It's just harder to see. But yes, I do see some similarities. I definitely do. Trying to read through these. Give me a second here. Doug in real life says, how about looking at other tickers as a comparison for things like cumulative data and your analysis of synthetics? If you have something that you want me to do a comparison on, I can. But if it's something that you're just wanting to see a point attention to, then I would say no. If it's one of the obvious ones that's getting pushed right now, I'm going to say no to it almost immediately. Yeah, I did see the. I don't know if that was a wheelchair. It didn't really look like a wheelchair. It looked like something though. Um, Mad Chillin 420 says, "Can I ask? Do you think AMC is partnering up with Blockbuster and Toys R Us?" I don't think so, but I mean, I don't know. I really don't know what its pounce is. Uh, so Pantheon, the code is 3 dots, 1 dot, 3 dots, 1 dot. So why do you have an extra S? Why do you have an extra S in there? Just curious. Uh, Sorry about that, Glenn. So an exploding kitten, Jordan. As far as that's something that's kind of one of those like just one of those naming conventions that I've had for like a pattern that I've seen repeat itself many times within AMC's price movement. And the reason I called it an exploding kitten was just because of the the card game that I play with the kids all the time. And what happens in that card game is you get blown up. And in that particular pattern, what you typically see is you see a exploding kitten cat ears, followed by a head and shoulders, which explodes the price downwards. So I just kind of nicknamed it the exploding kitten. But it's just a pattern analysis that I've seen on many occasions. I'm glad you didn't get COVID, gaming. Nasty stuff. So the exploding kitten's just kind of like the little cat ears that you see beforehand. It's not really like um, it's the double spike in ears that you see beforehand. Like one of the most pronounced cat ears that I've seen in this entire time can be seen from the daily on AMC, and it was shortly after the run up, the huge run up that we had, our all time high. Don't that might that's not it, is it? That might have been it. It's the next one. It's this one right here. This is by far one of the biggest exploding kittens we've had, and probably one of the best well-defined exploding kittens that I've seen. And expand from basically 824 of last year right up until about 917. So it almost lasted an entire month, but the pattern had repeated itself like it had so many times before, where again you've got your double spike in the cat ears. At first, I used to call those devil horns, but then as time went on, it kind of felt like it was more of a they kind of reminded me more of the cat ears, and so I started calling it exploding kittens. Um, but that's all it is. And as far as like um, I don't even know what to say. Yeah, it usually just basically shows up before the head and shoulders, and you see that pattern. You get these like devil horns is what I used to call it, or you could call it exploding kittens or whatever. But you see the double spike, then you go into a head and shoulder pattern followed by a price decrease. And usually the price decrease falls below the supporting point below where the cat ears were. So like over here it was falling down to 32.20. Never quite made it to 32.20. It only went down to 33.74 in this particular instance. But a lot of times it finds a lower point than wherever the cat ears started. So, and you can find this like all over the place. This one right here, which was right afterwards, was kind of an interesting one because instead of having like the cat ears on the rise up, it actually had it in the first shoulder. So the cat ears were in the first shoulder, then you got the head in the secondary shoulder, and then the price fell. This one was a little bit different. You can see it fell to a point lower than before the cat ears, which was back here. You can see the level of support. But it repeats itself over and over and over. Here's another one. Cat ears, head and shoulders. Price falls to below cat ear point. Find support. And it repeats itself over and over and over. There's just so many of them. You can find it on all kinds of. I'm on the 1 hour time interval, but you can go down to smaller time intervals and find the same patterns. Sometimes the head and shoulders are a little jacked up, and they don't look really well, like kind of like current. Um, they're a little bit more or less defined, not as well defined. This head and shoulder does not look like a head and shoulder, but it definitely looks like a cat ears leading into something that kind of looks like a head and shoulder, very similar to this last run up. Where to go? 1109, right here. You can see the cat ears here, the shoulder, head, shoulder, and price down to 1109, which was supported way back here, a little bit further down than this. It's a constant pattern that has repeated itself. Let me scroll back up. Hold on a second here. Let me scroll back up here. Myself, I do check it. I don't check it while I'm watching or while I'm on live. Not typically. Pantheon's in the back of the big tramp. I don't see him. Oh, they want to know. They want to know if you want to go to the back of the big tramp, Pantheon. You know, apes are us in regards to in regards to pattern analysis. If you can relate the pattern to something that you're going to remember, I think that's helpful. Because when you see the pattern in the future, it'll give you like a good idea as to what you may see in the future. Yes, Sharma, I am on Twitter. My Twitter account name is in the bottom left-hand corner. It's at AMKC Shaw. Let me see here. Let me check something real quick. See if Pantheon's. No, he's not in the back of the big tramp. Let me check. Let me check the chat. I feel like you guys are wanting me to check it real quick here. In the Discord. Oh man, that's so much. I can't read all this. Apes RS says much better than exploding eggplant. Yeah, I don't know. Eggplant, exploding eggplant could be kind of nasty. I remember when I was a kid, my mom used to she asked me, well, I would go grocery shopping with her, and I always wanted to try eggplant. I don't know. I mean, if you look at it, you go like, I wonder what the heck that thing tastes like because it's just so weird looking. So I talked her into getting eggplant one time, and so I think she made it. We didn't like it. It was terrible. I'm sorry, doctor. Well, and that was the other thing too. I told everybody not to go back and tell I can't think of his name. Who's the guy that's got the cats? I always forget his name. Um, I want to say it starts with a J. J, is it J? Maybe J Ingram. Yeah, I always like please don't go tell Jay about exploding kittens. I don't want him to find out about it. That would be because I like Jay so much. I don't want to hurt Jay's feelings. I like cats. I have not tried the eggplant parmesan. I might actually like that. It does sound tasty. Let me see if there's any AMC news currently being put out here, because I kind of feel like it's coming here. I feel like the articles are probably either being posted or in the process of being posted. Let me just check and see. Why is AMC down 4% in the beginning of the market? Let's check it out here. Wow, nothing yet. That's surprising. No new articles yet. Kathy, how's it going? Ready for some MOASS says there's gold in them thar hills. That's what Adam Aron says. You know, I think I've had War Dog. I think I've had eggplant in. Actually, I guess it who said that? Oh, Rem Taco said it. I made gluten-free lasagna when I was a chef at Maggiano's, and eggplant is what I used as the noodle. I think I have had eggplant um, lasagna before, but it was good. It was all right. It wasn't bad. All right, I think I'm going to end the poll. We got 280 votes on it, 84 votes. It looks like tsunami beat out tornado and earthquake and hurricane. Interesting numbers. I'm actually my number one is going to be is tornado. I'm deathly afraid of tornadoes. I don't think I could ever live in a place where tornadoes are commonplace. Quite honestly, I don't know how anybody does. We actually had a tornado that touched down here, not too far away from where I live this year. Nobody was hurt by it, but it definitely did a lot of damage. I'm really kind of surprised by these numbers. Tsunami, 33%, tornado 28, earthquakes 27, and hurricane 10. I think hurricane's probably least feared because people know that it's coming. Easy to get out of the way. SEC filed for liquidity in case payment defaults. I really want. Did anybody watch Bigham's? Did anybody watch Bigham's video yesterday? He said he was going to put something out on it, and I didn't have a chance to watch it yesterday. Doctor says I've been in a tornado before. It really sucked. Got about 15 more minutes, and we'll check the numbers here again. I don't have the Bollinger Bands on here yet, guys, but it does kind of look like we might be forming a little bit of a bearish triangle. It could be a wedge. Hmm. Hold up. Hold up. It looks like we may have a descending parallel channel. We'll see how this holds. But it does kind of look like we might have a little bit of a descending parallel channel here. This is yesterday's data here I'm going to get rid of. We are trading in between 1413 and 1443 as levels of resistance and support. James, I'm going to look it up real quick. We can check it out, BioLife. Give me just a second. Yeah, I will. Let me link his video here in just a second. I'm gonna pull up this release number for Options Clearing Corporation. Let me pull up Bigham's video. I don't even know if he released it or not, but I'll look and see if he did. If he did release it, I'll get it to you. Hold on a second. Let's see. Bigham's videos. Oh man, he didn't put out a video. All right, so he tweeted that he was putting out a video yesterday, and he didn't put one out. So he didn't do it. There was no video put out on it. I don't know why. I didn't see any posts by him later, but I did comment on it just because I wanted to see what it was that he was going to post. I really did want to see him talk about it a little bit. Let me check and see why. Yeah, yesterday he posted, I'll make a video of it here in like 20 minutes. And so I put like a looking eyes because I was waiting to see that. He said, running out of money, need another liquidity pool. Yeah, I'll make a video here in 20 minutes. And then I was like, look, apparently he never put one out. So um, that sucks. Let me check it out though and see. So no video that I can link to you there. Gaming says he does that sometimes, laugh out loud, says he's going to go live and doesn't, laugh out loud, but I forgive him. AMC Bigums is a baller. Yeah, I'm not holding it against him. Life happens, I get it. Um, I know I've had plenty of instances where I thought I was going to do something and I didn't end up getting around to it. All right, let's see what we got here. July 20th, 2022. This advance notice is submitted in connection a proposed change to its operation in the form of executing a committed master repurchase agreement with a bank counterparty as part of OCC's overall liquidity plan. The proposed changes do not require any changes to the text of OCC's bylaws or rules. All terms with initial capitalization that are not otherwise defined herein have the same meaning as set forth by the OCC bylaws and rules. By the way, price is $14.27. I know there are people that were saying I wasn't reading off the price enough. I'm not really good about that. Man, it's going to take me forever to read through this. Background. Let's see if the background is... Actually, let me make sure I'm in the right one here first. Hold on a second. I gotta cross-check this. What was the number I looked up? $34 SR0 OCC 2022 802. Okay, I'm in the right one. Let me just read the background on this, I guess. OCC's current liquidity plan provides it with access to a diverse set of funding sources, including banks, the non-bank liquidity facility program, and clearing members' cash clearing fund requirement. OCC is proposing to add to these sources a master repurchase agreement with a bank counterparty. This program would mirror the repo liquidity facility that OCC executed with a bank counterparty in 2020 after obtaining a notice of no objection from the Commission, except that in this case the committed amount will be up to $1 billion as opposed to $500 million, and the bank counterparty will be one to which OCC has minimal other credit exposure. The counterparty would be one that has already been approved by OCC as a liquidity provider and would be subject to routine monitoring under OCC's third-party risk management framework, which meets or exceeds the monitoring process discussed in the advance notice for the 2020 bank repo facility. Although the MRA would be based on standard form of master's repurchase agreement, OCC would require the MRA or an annex thereto to contain certain additional provisions tailored to help ensure certainty of funding and operational effectiveness, as described in more detail below. OCC believes that these provisions are necessary and appropriate to integrate the program into its operations and in order to promote safety and soundness consistent with OCC's systemic responsibilities. OCC provided, oh man, this is so dry. It's so dry. I can't read this. It's so dry my mouth can't even continue to keep up reading. It's too dry. I can't even read this. I feel like my mind goes numb just reading it. The buyer would simultaneously agree to transfer the purchased securities back to OCC at a specified later date. I don't know. I don't know how this is going to have any impact on us. Too many words. Funding mechanics. No rehypothecation. The buyer would not be permitted to grant any third party an interest in purchased securities. Oh, this is good. Events of default. This is all good. This is all good information, guys. I'm just going to list this up here for you guys to be able to read for yourself, in case you want to see it. If you want to see it, that's great. Go for it. My best to you. Have at it. Gaming says maybe you just read off price before you do numbers, so it's easy to remember once an hour. I usually do try to read off the price during those numbers, gaming, but I probably need to do it more often. I think they want to, like every 15 minutes would be, probably ideal. Speaking of which, we're at 14:30. Dr. Zena says Bigham sometimes conks out with a doobie. Oh man, what it must be like to live in states where it's legal. Dude, Yo says Bigham's hustles, man. He's a dad working and all that, and I don't hold him against him either. Life happens, guys. Life absolutely is way more important than sitting down and doing this stuff. You guys got to spend that. I say it to you every single day. At the end of the day, spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, go out and walk your dang pets. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to do life. You got to do life. You got to remember there is balance. There's fine balance in this entire thing. Make sure you're doing life. Don't just make this all AMC. BioLife negative beta. I'll give you the link to this site again, um, so you can check this whenever you want to in regards to negative beta. But I think it makes you pull at least 3 months worth of data in order for you to get like a good sampling. So we'll just try May to current and see what happens. Yeah, it'll accept that. It says our beta is negative 4.7. And if you look at if you pull back another month further back than that, it's saying that we have a positive beta of 0.26. So, you know, it's definitely changing from March, April, from May to July, from April to July, sorry, from April to July, and then May to July. There's definitely been a change. Ready for some MOASS says Casey last night. Boston Pantheon announced that they will be interviewing the CEO Diane Garrett, by the way, live sometime next week. I hadn't heard that it was live, but that if it is, that's cool. Interested on listening in on that. I, out of respect to them, I would love to. I would love to do a live of it, but out of respect to those guys and them, you know, getting views for it, I don't monetize here at all. So, and I don't disrespect anybody out there who does monetize. I just happen to be in a different position. So, because of that, I try to respect what other people are putting out for content in regards to making sure that I don't like steal their views because they get paid for it. So I probably will not um, restream or even view live here. I would suggest that you go watch it on there on Marcel's channel. Um, I think it's important. I think it's important to go view other people's content. You don't gotta just be here. Brian says, I heard she was a gold digger. That's funny. Mysterious Motorsports, I haven't been paying attention to that at all today. I'm not. I'm keeping out all their tickers. I'm not paying any attention to today. That's part of the reason why the title today says I can feel the shills already. I know what's coming. The attacks are going to be extremely thick going forward. Um, in regards to the question though, specifically, is it went from 30 cents to 76 instantly in pre-market. Can they do this to AMC? I'm going to say this. Know your history. This is a sampling of what GME's price structure look like. And if you want to go, I've got a video that breaks this down, but absolutely it can happen. GME went from like $68.07 on 111. 2 days later, on the 13th, it was at 140.69. Then it went back down to 109.56, then up to 157.68, back down to 123.8. You see where this is going? It absolutely can. I feel like this number got changed. Maybe not. It can absolutely change though. Really quickly, and it can happen in the pre-market. Doug, good morning. Hope the honey-do list is going well for you. I was just going to say, I was actually thinking about honey-do lists. In regards to your honey-do list, is grocery shopping on there at all? And if so, how are the um, supplies in your supermarket? I know when my wife and I went shopping last, we walked through, I think it was the chips aisle, and chips were just like decimated. This is like this last weekend. And I was like, why in the world are there so many chips gone? Like, what's going on with chips? Just gone. All gone. I was like, is there some kind of like weekend event coming up that I don't know about? Yeah, I don't feel like that's a new trend though, Mysterious. Like running up the price is definitely something that they've done in the past. It's an old trick. Running it up and then driving it back down before market even opens. Big time old trick. Go back and look specifically at. Hold on a second. Let me pull it back up again. Go back and look at 111. 111 moving forward on GME and watch what happens and look at it from with pre-market and after hour trading open so you can see where it starts moving at. It ran up and then ran back down before market even opened one morning. Um, I think really. So who said that? I just saw it go off my screen just slightly. Hedge Trimmer says, how the frick have they managed to circumvent the splividend? And what I'll say to that is that in order for the splividend to and I love that I think I'm pretty sure Tony may have started. I don't know who started the splividend, but I think it's a fun word. Um, in regards to that, the only way that splividend is actually really going to have the most impact is by price running up, because it's going to have a 4-to-1 impact. Well, 3-to-1 really. It's going to have a 3-to-1 impact on every share that they have out on loan. So for every dollar that it goes up, it's going to impact by 3 times the amount. So in regards to, are we still waiting? Pretty much. You got to see price start running up for it to become uncontrollable. Well, if this is indeed a descending parallel channel, it should be a bullish move. It doesn't. It looked like it tried to break out here, but not really. Um, I'm having a hard time deciding whether this is a wedge or if it's a descending parallel channel, because I really could move this up to there, because there was, it looks like it could still be a descending parallel channel. Just depends on where I want to put my line at. It doesn't really matter if I put it here or here. I'll put it up here for continuity, but it still kind of looks like a descending parallel channel. A lot of times when you see a level of support, like you see at 1413, what you could see have happen is it driving down to a point to where it breaks out, where there's a point of support. You see price kind of come down in here and then break out. But it should be bullish, although there's almost a case that could be made that this is a bearish triangle. But we'll have to see what happens with price as it comes down. If it comes down to 1414 and bounces off that again, it could go either direction, honestly. No, you have not missed the numbers, Francis. I haven't started yet. I'm going to try and finish through reading here real quick. Give me 1 second. Just want to make sure there's nothing I need to touch on. All right, give me 1 second here. I need to write a quick message too while I'm at it. Hmm. All right, let's run through the numbers. uh, yeah, you're welcome. Ready for some MOASS? No, I I didn't feel any disrespect. Let's see here. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. And for those of you who don't have two-factor authentication, you might want to consider it. It may help protect your account. It may keep somebody out that you don't want in your account. Taking a look at the numbers here. I won't be able to see what you guys are writing from this point forward. So if you have something specific that you want to say to me, hold on to that thought. Taking a look at off exchange an hour ago, it was 57.56 and 12.10 in the EDGX. It is currently at 58.32 and 11.55 for the EDGX, which is 69.87. Nice. That's about what it was an hour ago. Not a whole lot of change. Taking a look at Ortex data, Ortex is reporting an hour ago 1.08 million shares having been borrowed. It is now reporting 1.61 million, which is an increase. That small increase should impact the short share interest of the free float up slightly to 18.92%. Cost to borrow average is at 10.44, cost to borrow max is at 13.06, and min is at 8.27. Shares on loan is back up to 142.58 from 5.2, going down 5.2 million, back up 5.2 million, and ironically enough, the amount of short interest that was increased because of that was the same amount that it was decreased by. So new short interest being opened in the same amounts of what was closed day over day. So interesting change. It just seems like they did a flip-flop over a couple day period of time. Taking a look at the options. At a $15 strike price, there was 2.8 thousand contracts before. There's now 4.6 at 15. At a $14 strike price, an hour ago there was 2.9 thousand contracts. There's now 4.4. So very even amounts of volume. Volume is kind of low on the calls and puts today compared to normal. But the market is still indicating that there may be a close somewhere between $14 and $15 for the day today. That's what at least what it looks like it's betting on. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, let's see, we've got GME coming in 12th with a 71% buy to 29% sell ratio, and AMC has slipped down to 21st with 62% buys to 38% sales. So definitely low volume. Causing us to slip down that page. Trigger price is $13.42. Available shares to borrow is roughly about the same. No shares have been borrowed according to this. Stonko Tracker has reported so far for the day today about 600,000 shares borrowed. Fees are at 7.2%. Whoa, I skipped there. 111.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 8.4 thousand contracts in the money. 36.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 14.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 1.39, Dow Jones is down 0.36, and S&P 500 is down 0.84. We currently have 4,264 decliners to 2,525 advancers. The VIX is up 5.31, IWB is down 0.88, IWD is down 0.41, IWM is down 0.48, Tesla is down 1.89, Amazon is down 3.74, Cinemark is down 1.92, Doge is down 1.94, Bitcoin is down 1.96, GME is down 2.12, HYMC is down 1.35, Hood is down 3.82, NCMI is down 4.35, and AMC is down 4.39. Everything's looking like it's down right now. Inflow versus outflow, there's $2 million more going into outflow than inflow. 8.91 million shares having been traded so far after 106 minutes, giving us 32.7 million shares traded for the day today, which is within the 20 to 40 million shares traded that I suggested, but I'm really starting to wonder if we're going to be able to even hit 20 million shares at this point. At a weekly interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.98, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.65, which is just about average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.45, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 26.69, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.68, which is slightly below average. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. Geraldo says, man, it's kind of chilly for summertime. Yeah, I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Yeah, you're welcome on the two-factor authentication. I want people to be safe, man. More than anything, like the last thing I want to hear is somebody coming back and being like, dude, like somebody's logged in my account and all my position has been sold off, and I would hurt. That would hurt me. So I don't. Just be careful, guys. Be really, really, really careful. Try to dot all your I's, cross all your T's. Um, Try to just be as careful as you possibly can. We're talking about, you know, if it's life-changing money for you, then somebody's going to want it too. There's always somebody who wants your money as much as you want it, and they're willing to get it any way that they can, just as much as you're willing to hold on to your position. So, and that's unfortunately that's going to be our life after this is over. There's always going to be somebody who wants something that you have. So be ready. Corbin Dallas says, "Good morning. Are we rich yet? Not yet. Not yet. It is 10:20, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and take a break here. Let me put up my message. Let's see. What time am I coming back at? 11. Buzzin says, just on drive to work, had an idea with the many scenarios gone over for pounces. Imagine Adam Aron on earnings stating he has RC, Ryan Cohen, etc. in room with him, be like a Marvel movie, Avengers Assembled. You know, I think with his last tweet, Buzzin, I really feel like there's lots of things that he could be talking about. I really feel like he's saying that he's working on many different things, not just one specific thing. I really, really, really feel like that's what his tweet's talking about there. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but that's what it seems like to me. Buck says, "Funny, your break time is always when Maury is on." I don't know who that is. All right, I'm gonna head out to break, guys. I will see you guys in a bit. Um, I think we're on a descending parallel channel here, which may have a breakout going up. I'm kind of considering this box as a possible breakout point here, as we may be seeing 14, 13 as like a level of support. We may see this kind of traverse down into this area, consolidating, and then a potential breakout going up. I will see you guys in a little bit.
Hey everyone, this is Sandro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
Some say love is a winding road, carves a map through the darkest night. Some say love takes a heavy load, helps someone make the burden light, teaches you not to hold too tight. You and I have come a long way together. You and I got a long way to go. You don't have to ask me now or never, 'cause I'm already yours and you'll always be mine. Some say love is a fire that grows, bound to hurt when you let it go. Some say love is a choice we make, a holy vow we should never break. And maybe that's just the chance we take. You and I have come a long way together. You and I have got a long way to go. You don't have to ask me now and never, 'cause I'm already yours and you'll always be mine. You'll always be mine.
Love Upbeat? Why not upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month? Get unlimited downloads, access premium tracks, whitelist your YouTube channel, and boost your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Dang it. Have I been talking like this whole time and it's like I've been talking like this whole time. Oh man. All right, so I'm back. I don't know where I left off at, but yeah, I muted Glenn. So here's the deal. Um, I've stated this in the past. When you guys exit your positions, I would hope that you would have respect for others in the community here, and you know those kind of things should be something that you keep to yourself. I view that as a form of manipulation. And if you're going to try and announce to the whole world that you're selling off your position, then I'm just going to silence you. Because I don't think that that's very respectful to the community that's here. People are here for a specific reason, and it's not that same reason that he has. So uh, in this particular instance, I've went ahead and silenced him. I've never had a problem with anything that he said up to this point, but I had said before that I would create a rule in the future that if people announce their exit positions, that I would be taking them off the channel or at least silencing them. I would hope that you guys would have respect for others enough to where when you decide to exit your position that you quietly walk away. And I've said the same thing for buying as well. Like, I don't really think that you guys should be saying how many shares you bought or anything like that. I mean, saying that you made a purchase is one thing, but to say that I bought X amount of shares is probably is not as good as well. So, um, anyways, I wish Glenn good luck, but he doesn't have a need to be here any longer. So we did break through, and so this is one of the things where I said, guys, on this descending parallel channel here, I said it's kind of almost looks like um, uh, a bearish triangle a little bit, but it's still trading within the descending parallel channel. So I'm gonna hold this here. I think we could bounce off of this. We tripped SSR at 1342. Um, I could see a definite push for that for liquidity reasons. Well, I don't like saying the DD is all done, Stephen. I think that quite honestly, the DD is going to be something that we look at for many decades beyond this. But yeah, I think I understand what you're trying to say. But I'm going to support the community as much as I possibly can, and I don't want people to be distractions, and that was uncalled for on his part. So. It's kind of maybe I should just add in the rule now in the description box. I'm gonna put only 2 rules. It says stream only rule. I'm gonna change it to stream only 2 rules. And then I'm gonna put let's see. Do not advertise a stock without context. And 2, when you exit your position with AMC, do so with silence. James, I appreciate it, man. Oh, Remtax says, and no farting while trading. We could add that one in there. Maybe we'll add that as a funny at the end of that. Hold on a second. No farting while trading. There we go. I just saved it in there. No farting with trading at the end of it. So that's part of it. You don't pass gas. That's called crop dusting. No crop dusting on your way out. Maybe we should change it to no crop dusting on your way out. That's kind of funny. Congratulations, Ray, on your purchase. That's super funny. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. I'm gonna start getting haters here. I know it. I told you guys this was gonna happen. I knew that by the time this was all said and done, there were gonna be people that hated me. I just knew it. It's coming. You just wait. I think I'm gonna be right on this prediction. Ariel says, as you said, there will be a lot of shills in here for a while. You just wait. Just wait. The closer we get, the more shilly it's going to get. It's going to get really, really bad. I'm going to try to do the best that I can to make sure that this is a safe place, though. I'm trying the best I can. I don't want to stifle people's freedom of speech, right? Like, I really think it's important for people to have freedom of speech. I know that saying that you've sold is a freedom of speech, but it's just being disrespectful to everybody in here. It really is just being super disrespectful. And so, I feel like it's just something that I gotta put my foot down on that one. So, but yeah, I knew the shillery was coming today. I think I read the article to you guys either this morning or yesterday. When was it? I can't remember. Media assaults with price movements that are going down. Well, shill assaults go with it. And that's actually in that same article that I was talking about. Let's see, where do they talk about it here? Paid bashers. The shorts will hire paid bashers who invade the message boards of the company. The bashers disguise themselves as legitimate investors and try to persuade or panic small investors into selling into the manipulation. Guys, like, I didn't make this up. This was written in 2014 by somebody entirely different. Not me at all. It was somebody who tells you what we were going to experience in the future. This man, we owe so much to Jerry Klein for telling us what our future had in store for us. If you guys haven't read it before, you gotta read this. I mean, this is like legit. It outlines everything that it is that we're going to see along the way. And as soon as I woke up this morning, I knew exactly what that entailed for us today. If you haven't read the article, you gotta read it. It's insane. 2014, Jerry Klein. It's the name of the guy, of the author. Unfortunately, I had to. Originally, I had posted this on Reddit with the article link, but then people found out that some of the attachments to the article were links to potential sites that may cause problems with your computer. I don't know. I don't want to say viruses, but I can't remember actually what the word was that they used. So what I did is I went back into the article and I basically copy and pasted the article, took out all the links that were linked in it, and then just reposted it, and then put in a beginning paragraph just explaining what the article was about. But if you want to look it up, just be very careful. You can look up Jerry Klein. You could probably include maybe like the first sentence or something like that. Put Jerry Klein, the first sentence in, and it'll probably take you to the actual article. But be very careful not to click on any links in the page. Be super, super careful. Because I don't want you to think that this is just something that I just wrote up. It's an actual article, if it still exists. No, we are not under SSR from Friday. It's time to take a look at our numbers, guys. So let me do that. All right, taking you guys to the other page. I'm not going to see what it is you've written, so hold that thought in case you want me to see it. Let's start off with off exchange. Actually, let me move a couple pages real quick. I really need to do an update on my computer. I sit here and I preach about, you know, I feel like I'm preach about, you know, having two-factor authentication, but then I don't sit here and reboot my computer on a constant basis and update my my virus software. So I really need to be better about that. I mean, if I'm going to talk about two-factor authentication, yeah, make sure your guys' computers are updated on a constant basis. Don't go into a week where your computers aren't safe from viruses. Protect yourself now while you can. There's so many things that, you know, could possibly be pitfalls along the way. I have multiple sources that I can go to in order to log into my accounts. So that's probably one of the reasons why I kind of slack a little bit on the computer. But it would prevent, if I had problems with the computer, it would prevent me from being able to do a YouTube channel, stream. So that kind of sucks, and I don't want to do that to you guys. So I need to be better about that. If somebody wants to remind me on the weekends to reboot my computer, be my guest. Be my reminder. Off exchange an hour was 58.32%, and CBOE EDGX was at 11.55. Let me refresh that. Currently, we're at 57.45 in the off exchange and 11.75 in the EDGX, giving us a total of 69.2. Nice. It's a little bit lower than what it was by about 0.5 an hour ago, but still really high data. Normal day, I think, should end around 64%. So it does seem to be a fair high amount of off exchange volume. Elevated. I don't know what the right words are. At an hour ago, there was 1.61 million shares having been borrowed according to Ortex. That's now showing 689,000. That drop of 1 million is going to have a little bit of a decreasing effect on the estimated short share interest of the free float at 18.84%. Cost bar average is at 10.35%. Cost bar max is at 13.06. And min is at 8.27. Shares on loan is 142.58 million shares, which is 5.2 million more than what it was day over day. It actually kind of went right back to what it was on Friday. Same thing with short interest. Went right back to where it was. It's like they just had like a momentary dip and then right back to normal. Taking a look at options. Options are kind of running light today. Not gonna lie, it's looking a little slim on the volume side. At a call strike price of $15, there an hour ago there was 4.6 thousand contracts. There's now 6.1. And on the puts, an hour ago at a $14 strike price, there was 4.4 thousand contracts. There's now 5.3. So slightly more call volume coming in than puts. Market's still signaling for a $14 closing price by the end of the day today. However, with price moving down currently, that may change. We'll see. Taking a look at Fidelity orders by their customers, it is currently showing that, what is it showing? GME is currently in 14th. Let me refresh this one more time. GME is currently showing 14th with 72% buys to 28% sales. AMC currently in 22nd. Volume dropping out with 62% buys to 38% sales. Volume is definitely dropping. Trigger price for SSR is $13.42. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they've borrowed about 5,000 shares in the last hour or so. Not a whole lot, not enough for me to count. So far for the day-to-day, we've seen approximately 600,000 shares having been borrowed. Fees are at 7.2%. Oh my goodness, that keeps skipping on me. 114.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 5.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 30.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 20.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. Price right now is at $13.99. NASDAQ is down 1.87, Dow Jones down 0.67, and the S&P 500 is down 1.25. Somebody had suggested earlier this morning, could part of this price movement downwards be pricing in, perhaps the 75 basis points that we might move tomorrow. If it's not 75, it might be 100. It could be. It certainly could be, and I think we're tied to the market right now, which is part of the reason why we're moving down. We have currently 4,448 decliners to 2,402 advancers. The VIX is up 8.01% at 25.23. IWB is down 1.35. IWD is down 0.7. IWM is down 0.65. Tesla's down 3.77. Amazon down 4.42. Cinemark down 3.11. Doge is down 2.55. Bitcoin down 2.28. GameStop is down 4.12. HYMC is down 2.6. Hood is down 4.16. NCMI is down 1.3. And AMC is down 5.97. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we currently have $3 million more in outflow than inflow. Only 11.88 million shares having been traded. That sounded really weird when I said that. 11.88. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. 165 minutes of trading puts us on pace for 28.1 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market we'd see somewhere between 20 and 40 million. I think there's a good chance, there's a chance here that it's going to be lower than 20. There is a chance. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.55, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.55, which is slightly below average. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 19.1. Very, very low RSI here. Highly oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.91, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.16, which is below average. We've had multiple dips outside of RSI being signaling as oversold throughout the day today. For those of you guys who didn't, I can see what it is you guys are writing now. Fahad, please, you don't got to tell me how many more, men. I would prefer you didn't say. I don't want you to be a target. Yeah, I know. It's like, don't say, so they say. James, I have a feeling hanging out with you is like constantly being around somebody who's always full of positive energy. Thank you for that. It's cool. It's great to hang around people who've got positive energy. Yeah, I'm not really worried about it. Vengeance is mine. I've moved on. Don't worry about it, Fahad. I'll get over it. I just don't want to see you become a target. I really don't. I think it's really important that you just I know it's like a badge of honor, but I think it's cool. Congratulations. But I'm happy for you. I know you're here. The fact that you're here tells me that you own AMC shares more than likely. So you're doing good. I think you're doing all right. Matt says 2 weeks. BioLife says I had a positive bowel movement. Bowel. Excrement. Why are poop jokes funny? I don't understand this. I don't understand why poop jokes are so funny. The worst thing is saying that poop jokes are funny and then nobody immediately laughs. Because I gotta wait like the full 15 to 25 seconds before you guys actually hear it. And then I'm stuck here going like, I'm laughing at poop jokes, but nobody else is. Jordan says, is it really necessary to go through these numbers so much daily if no one is day or swing trading? Not being a jerk, laugh out loud, this could go on for years. I do. The reason I go through the numbers daily, Jordan, on a consistent basis, on every hour, on the hour, and I get where you're going with this, but I have referenced my own material to see what happened in the middle of the day. If you're trying to look for evidence of things that are happening, correlations, it's great to be able to go back and look at the information as it was happening live. For example, like if I asked you, how many shares were borrowed at some period of time during the day on a consistent basis, on a daily basis, how would you know if there was a daily trend unless you were tracking something like that? If we could see something on a daily basis, and that's part of the reason why I'm tracking it. I think historically speaking, I think we're recording and documenting some of the fraudulence that I think that's happening in our market here, and I think that is really really important to see how that's playing out on an hourly basis. I know that there's been people that think that I maybe should be reading this off even more often. I think an hour is enough. I don't think I could read that off more than once an hour. So, but I get what it is you're saying. I know, and I've actually had concerns about that before, Jordan. In regards to like somebody potentially utilizing the information that I'm reading off to day/swing trade. My hopes is that people are looking for smart positions to enter. That's my hopes. That if they're getting anything out of it, but the other part of that is to collect the information in general and to document history. But I can't even tell you how many times, Jordan, I've gone back in my own live streams to look at a specific time to get information that I've had to gather. It's extremely valuable. Sam says it's so funny to think about the massive amount of resources dedicated to try and manipulate a bunch of investors talking about poop jokes. I know, right? It's kind of ironic. Nothing like eating crowns, right, Sam? And you can make fun of how I say it, crayons, crowns, whatever. Danny says, Sam, they must be furious at times that they're losing to people like us. Roseanne says people will jump in when AMC trades a little bit lower. I know we've had like I used to call them gray zones, Roseanne, where there was like specific price points where um, you know uh, investors just weren't really buying. Um, some of those price zones are like in the 20 to $23 range. They're really weird on AMC. You can go back and you look historically at some of the price points where we struggle with volume, and there's some very definite price points. For those of you guys who didn't see this, I retweeted this out. I think it was yesterday. Hold on a second. Yeah. I don't know why I forgot, but I found this on my I found this by the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission had posted today. We charged former U.S. Congressman Stephen Buyer, or Stephen, it's probably Stephen Buyer, with insider trading related with his alleged use of non-public's information to buy 1.5 million in stocks. Read more on their press release, and then they said additionally, when insiders like Buyer, an attorney, a former prosecutor, and a retired congressman monetize their access to material, non-public info, they not only violate the federal securities laws, but they also undermine public trust and confidence in the fairness of our markets. I didn't click on the press release, I don't think. According to the SEC's complaint, after leaving Congress in 2011, Buyer formed a consulting firm, the Steve Buyer Group, which provided services to, among other clients, T-Mobile. In March 2018, Buyer attended a golfing outing with a T-Mobile executive from whom he learned about the company's then non-public plan to acquire Sprint. Buyer began purchasing Sprint securities the next day, and ahead of the merger announcement, he acquired a total of 568,000 of Sprint common stock in his own personal accounts, a joint account with his cousin, and an acquaintance's account. After news of the merger leaked in April 2018, Buyer saw an immediate profit of more than $107,000. In 2019, according to the SEC's complaint, Buyer purchased more than 1 million of Navigant Consulting Incorporated securities ahead of the public announcement that they would be acquired by another one of Buyer's consulting clients, Guidehouse LLP. Buyer again spread the purchase across several accounts, including his own accounts, joint accounts with his wife and son, his wife's personal account, and the same acquaintance's account involved in the Sprint trading. The complaint alleges that in August 2019, the day that the Navigant acquisition was publicly announced, Buyer sold nearly all of his shares he had acquired across the various accounts and profited more than $227,000. When insiders like Buyer, an attorney, okay, and then I already read this part here. The SEC's complaint filed in federal district court in Manhattan charges Buyer with violating Section 10B, the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, and Rule 10b-5 thereunder. The complaint seeks disgorgement of ill-gotten gains plus interest, penalties, a permanent injunction, and an officer and directed bar against Buyer. The complaint also seeks disgorgement. I don't know if I'm saying that word right. Disgorgement from Buyer's wife, Joni Lynn Buyer, who profited when Buyer executed unlawful trades in her brokerage account. In a parallel action, the U.S. Attorney Office for the Southern District of New York today announced related crime charges. The SEC's investigation has been conducted by Carolyn Winters and Timothy Halloran, with assistance from Jessica Regan. The investigation has been supervised by D. Mark Cave. The litigation will be led by Mr. Who cares about the rest of that? I thought that was kind of interesting. Ariel says, tell that to Pelosi. Pro Jeweler says, I don't think the public trust can be any lower regarding our markets. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm kind of with you on that. I don't know. I mean, actually, to be honest, Pro Jeweler, I'm actually still shocked at how few people actually know what's going on. But for the people who do, I would agree with what you're saying. BioLife Hemp says, "Can you imagine an intern giving daily update at the afternoon meeting?" Ken, what is the YouTube chat today? Intern saying, "Poop. They literally talked about taking a dump." Ken, gotta be shitting me. Oh man, that's good stuff, man. Man, Jordan, that would be nice. It'd be awesome if I could like get some kind of automated timestamp that just so Jordan, for a while, there was a period of time where AP was working on a project for me where all the numbers that I read off on a daily basis were automated into an Excel file that was um, that runs a script. Shoot, I'm drawing a blank on what they're called. A macro that runs a macro so that you basically just hit like a single button and it updates everything. And the thought process behind that idea was is that if I could create said Excel profile, or not me, if AP could create it, because I wasn't doing it, if AP could create an set Excel profile to where we could distribute it to everybody who wanted it for free, that you guys could just have it, the information, and I wouldn't have to actually go over it every single day on the hour, every hour. People could just look it up for themselves. Um, but now, that that we ran into some problems, and it was a good idea, just never really fully developed. And I don't know. It was the other reason for developing it was because of the idea is, if something should happen to me, um, for whatever reason, I wanted everybody to be able to have the opportunity to be able to like have that, um, at your in front of you, to be able to look at that information for yourself and just see the information. It's hard to say, MCon. We could take um, we could take a stab in the dark and take a look at this and see if this is the bottom. I mean, it definitely looks like it could be a bottom. However, what I will say is that in regards to synthetic price failures, usually when we get past 21.5% down, if we go significantly past that, then we're probably headed towards 35% down, which would be just about $12. So it all really kind of depends on where we're going to head from where we're at right now. Because right now, 1442 was that 21.5% down. 1394 is quite a bit lower. Let me just do the numbers on it real quick. 1394. That's 24.1% down. That's if we didn't have a turnaround point. Let me just check some past history numbers here. Hold on a second. There is an indication that 24.1% has been a turnaround point in the past, even 25. 24 and 25 have been. There is definitely a history here that shows that 24, 25% down has been turnaround points, but it's not regular. Regular turnaround points are 19 and a half, 20, 21 and a half, and then it almost skips all the way up to 35. So we're teetering. We're teetering on the very edge of potentially going down 35% to that $12 range. So it just depends. I would watch. I know right now we have a better buy to sell ratio in Fidelity, but what I would be watching is for tomorrow. If we see OBV still dipping along the way from where price is, and I can show that to you right now. You can see that there's a very definite decrease trend in price going down, but it's not as steep of a slope as what it was back here. So, you know, could institutions be selling off some shares in here? Absolutely. But it doesn't look like it's at a very steep rate. And it looks like it's starting to level off. And RSI is like super low right now, meaning it's heavily oversold. So, but seeing institutions sell shares is what we want to see. We really do. Myself says, why don't you use a public Google spreadsheet? That's what we're planning on doing, myself. But we hadn't finished the macro yet. We were trying to create a macro that would pull from all those sources of information. Danny, I did not mention. So based off that tweet that Aron put out yesterday, I think it's going to be a lot of things. I think he's saying basically that he's signing a lot of deals. There's a lot of things in the works. He's playing multiple chess games. So I know a lot of people have had a lot of different suggestions as to what it could possibly be. It might be all of them. ABC says, Casey, you're going to have to change your intro from screw the hedgies to screw the hedgies, brokers, market makers, SEC, DTC, banks, Congress. I'm doing it. I'm going to read it off like that just tomorrow, just for you. I'm going to try and work on making sure I get that down for tomorrow. It's pretty funny. Screw the hedgies, brokers, market makers, SEC, DTC, banks, Congress, and the media. Screw them! Jana, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Oh, dang, Rem Taco. That's crazy, man. Myself says, poop jokes aren't my favorite, but they're a solid number two. Oh, man. I wonder if Hot Koch's number twos are steamy. That's why he's got a hot Koch. That's way too far. Way too far. Oh my gosh, I was over the top. I shouldn't have said that. I already regret it. Yeah, that's what I think too, Casey. I think one of them is going to be a deal with Paramount. You don't make a statement like that without backing it up. It's definitely more than one thing. Yeah, guys, there's definitely something happening, right? I mean, if you look at all the signs, the market's going down. Adam Aarons has got. I feel like I should start making a list. There's so many things that are happening right now. On loan average age per days hit a number that says that we're going to start going up in price here within the next 15 trading days. Adam Aron's got his pounce coming up, but that's within the next 15 trading days. You've got the Feds are going to probably be increasing the interest rates by 75 basis points at a minimum. The market's having a rough time right now. Bitcoin's starting to drop down. We've got brokers that are setting limits on how large limit orders can be. Pantheon says that was comprehensive. Yucca says, Casey, what if Adam Aron plans on share buyback? Would that help AMC's price? Yes, I think it could, but that wouldn't happen until next year at the earliest. More than likely. And Pantheon's talking about that there. Thank you, Pantheon. Guys, I want to stress this really heavily. Make sure that you don't place a lot of emphasis on his pouncing announcement to be right on the earnings report. Don't place that emphasis. He did not specifically state that it would happen that day. Now, if it does, great, awesome, no big deal, right? No harm, no foul. However, he just said that it wouldn't be before that point in time. So try not to place too much emphasis on that. BioLife, you're funny, man. What do you make of this volume the last couple of days? Extremely tightening volume. This is what we were supposed to be seeing happen during the bang phase. Prices is supposed to remain relatively close to what the entry point was of the bang phase. Price entry point for the bang phase was $14.13. We are relatively close to that price as it stands. You're seeing a spring being compressed right now. That's what you're seeing. Yucca Frida says, Casey, the big pounce could be a big tramp giveaway. I love that. Probably not it, but it's funny. Hodgepodge. I don't even know if I could say that. Hodgepodge claws. It's almost a tongue twister. War Dog says, I think it's time to play Phil Collins. I can feel it in the air. It's not yet, man. I gotta save that one. That one's my favorite one, and I gotta save it for just the right moments. When I do play it, though, you're gonna know it. You'll feel it coming. Trent says they have 100 basis points as the highest likelihood. Really? Did it change again? Because yesterday I just checked it, Trent, and I had a 70. Hold on a second, I'm looking. I had a 70. So I'm going to pull it up over to the other side here so you can see. I've got on this website here the probability of a 75 point increase is 75 basis points is a 75.1% chance. So I'll refresh this because this was yesterday's numbers that I did this for. So I'm gonna refresh and let's see if it's flipped. I'm curious. All right, so I'm still showing, just because I didn't realize I had my stuff over this, but I'm still showing 75 basis points as a 3/4 chance that they're only going to go 75 basis points. 100 would be, they're not. It looks like the market's not expecting that. The probability of 100 basis points is not. It's only got a 25% chance, although that is high. Some people will go all in on 25% chance. Not me, but some people would. Hot Koch is a regular listener to this show. It's only a matter of time before he comments on here. That'll be the day, man. Easter Beast. That is a good question. I have a link in the description that takes you to that will take you to talking about orders. I think that you should be able to get orders filled in the range of like 1 to 300. So, if you're in regards to like, if you're afraid that you're not going to get your orders filled, I think 100 share orders, 200 share orders, and potentially 300 order shares should be able to get filled if you're selling on an upswing. It's going to make a big difference between whether you're selling up or down in price. So if price is moving lower, then you might have a harder time and you could reduce the amount of shares needed to complete your order. But I would highly suspect that that you can probably get those 100, 200, and 300 orders in. We'll see. We'll see when it comes time. But I don't think on an upswing that you'll have a hard time getting rid of 300 share orders or lower. Higher than 300, you might be pressing your luck. You'll have to just try and see what happens. Manjit said, have you ever thought about how boring YouTube will be after the AMC is all done? My hopes is that we'll be too busy doing things that we want to do to care. That's my hopes. Pantheon's signing me up for a variety show. I'm gonna have to start working out, guys. Maybe I start a workout show. I'm gonna start riding my bike, and you guys can ride along with me. Post MOASS. From MOASS to bike ass. It's a thing, guys. It really is a thing. I don't want to talk bad about Hawk. I'm sure he's a great guy. I actually, after having watched him do interviews on his YouTube channel, I really kind of enjoyed listening to him talk. Hawk Koch said, "Did someone call me?" It would be funnier, Hawk, if you actually had the real Hawk Koch's symbol next to your name. Danny says that Adam Aron's big announcement is going to be that he finally fixed Casey's broken mug, and two, he saves a bunch of money by switching to Geico. That's messed up, man. As I have not gotten the dividend of 3 additional shares of GME, does that mean I have real shares? So the first question that I would ask you, AMC GME, is do you have, are you in the United States? Number one. United States or Canada? Are you in the United States or Canada? Are you in North America? What is that continent called, Casey? Like North something? Are you in North America? That would be my first question. Dan says, even in Canada, we are waiting on shares to hit accounts. Okay, well that answers that question. So maybe I'm just maybe I should just be asking about America then. If you're not in America, there's a chance that you might be seeing a delay on your shares being um, given to you. Calisthenics with Casey. I can't even make out that word. Yeah, I agree, Manjit. We'll definitely be doing things that I think that we want to be doing after this is over. I'm reading through you guys' comments. I want to read them all, but calisthenics. It's hard to. Yeah, I can say it. Kettleton just said, "Yep, just called TD Ameritrade in Canada. They said end of the day today or tomorrow during the day for GME shares. Taking them long enough. Who's to say that they're not worried, Francis? I mean, we did watch shares on loan drop from 195 all the way down to 130. 65 million shares, quote unquote, either closed or returned in some fashion. And you know they didn't just get those shares from out of nowhere. They actually had to borrow more short-term shares, security lending volume in order to do that. So I would actually say that somebody does seem a little concerned. Ooh, good point, Danny. I think it was a mug. You know, I'm curious. For those of you who have GME shares and not been issued your shares as of yet, I'm wondering if there's not something. You know, I feel like there should be a certain period of time that they should be required to get those to you. Myself says, I think people who can't laugh with poop jokes just can't appreciate what they have till it's gone. Uh, Francis, yeah, of course we're taking on new short positions. You're going to see that right before a price rise because they know that they've got to try to make money on the dips. So the question is what at what price are those new short positions being opened for the futures? That's what you really got to look into. Like if you have future puts that are being opened up at a much higher strike. Let me actually go into the futures and look. Give me a second. Let me just check out some of the future options expiration dates here and see what I can find. So ending August 5th. Actually, you know what? There might be a better way to look at this. Let's check this out. I think this might actually work better for us, for me. Let me pull this up over to the other screen. I'm going to use Max Pain. And the reason is the Max Pain shows a distribution of calls and puts at strike prices. So each one of these pages is going to show us whether or not puts are starting to be opened at much higher values. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go out as far as it will let me and see if they've got some really out there puts that they're opening up at insane prices. We do have some volume on puts at $90 that expire January of next year. Now remember, they're not expecting to hold on to these until January of next year. They're just saying that at some point, I think that the stock price is going to be at $90 and I'm going to make some cash on this thing when it does. There's also quite a bit of volume opening up at 45, 50, 30, 25. There's a bunch at 20. Let's see for 12/16 of this year. We got some at 30. We got a little bit at 35. There is some out there puts that are opening up. We got about 1,000 contracts at 30 here. 687 at 35. 1021. Oh man. There's a little bit of, compared to the rest of this week here, there's some volume opened up at a $30 strike price. $9.16. There's a spike right here of 10,000 contracts for $19.50, $20. There's also 2,000 contracts here at 25. Not a whole lot on this one. Got a little bit of volume. Nope, not really. It's actually kind of low. The amount of volume that's open for this week is actually really, really low volume all around. This is week endings 8/26, 8/19. Looks like there's about 8,000 contracts that are open on puts at a $20 strike price for 8/19. It's one of the highest points of put contracts in volume in open interest. Imagine how much money they would make on that, on those 8,000 contracts, if price were to suddenly spike up to $120 and then fall back down into that range. A lot of people would make a lot of money on these call contracts too. 17.1 thousand contracts at 20 for that week. If price rose all the way up really fast and then came back down really quickly, there could be potential money made on this as well. A lot of call contracts at $30 for 8/12. Now we're getting really close to current. It's just kind of interesting to look at. Future Whale says, I think GME split probably messed everything up for all the meme stocks because of the baskets we're all in together. What do you think? I do agree with that. I think that there's, we know that there's been a lot of different swaps that have occurred. I don't know how that affects those swaps, but there may be a lot of juggling that has to be done. I don't know. I honestly don't know, but I would have a feeling that I know. I think one of the ways that we've been tied together is through ETFs in the past, and I'm still to this day trying to figure out what ETF we're in right now. I can't even figure that out. ETF.com doesn't even change. It's not changing. They're not saying where we're at. They're still showing that we're the biggest holders IWM, and I know that's not the case. So I don't know. But I do think that there is something to that, though. Myself, don't ever feel like you got to do anything out of the ordinary. I mean, guys, if you haven't seen this, I gotta show you. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Where did it go? There it is. This is priceless. Hold on. I'm sure. I'm sure there's a lot of a lot of stuff in the background maybe changed. I don't know, but myself did this. Look at the screen look at the screen over here with the oh man, it's priceless, man. It's good stuff. All right, man, let's do this. I have to come up with a Casey South Park voice. That's hilarious. I think that's awesome, man. I was laughing so hard when I saw that. I'm putting it up. I haven't decided where I'm putting it up at, but I'm putting it up somewhere. But don't ever feel like you got to go out of your way there, myself, like you already have. Casey's broken cup, switched it to mug. It's now correct. I mean, Future Well says yes. If the price came down quick, if you go back up, puts would lose money as it went up. That's correct. When the price came back down, though, so if you go back and you look at $60 puts for GME when the price ran from $60 up to 150, then back down to 60, those probably made some pretty good money. I'm just saying, they probably made some good money. So if we were to run up to like say like 30, 40, $50, maybe something like that, and then suddenly jumped or spiked to 130, and then right at market open they close those puts out right after the price had dropped back down to that 60 range, they probably could. Well, yeah, it depends on what the date is because those are pretty far out. But if there was a lot of contracts that were opened up, Future Whale, if a lot of contracts were opened up in calls as price was rising, and that created a more um, implied volatility, more IV, then as price ran back down, they could close out those positions for probably like just crap tons of money, just amazing amounts of money. It would be sick. It would be absolutely sick. Well, it's not that puts are bullish at higher prices, um, Francis. But what I'm trying to say is that if they're opening up puts at $90, why would you do that? You know what I'm saying? Like that's like crazy. It's just It's like we're not even close. What the hell? Like, why would you open up put positions at $90? It doesn't make sense. It's weird. Very, very strange. Cassius says I should print that out and frame it. But I know you meant frame. But I'm definitely. I mean, I can't even tell you guys. Like, you guys are all cool, man. I appreciate what you guys do. Every single one of you guys participate in this community, and you guys help me to keep going. You really do. Casey in South Park saying, "Oh my God, they killed Kenny." Casey in South Park would probably run around all over the place going, "Hot catch! I'm in this. I'm in this stock. Hot catch!" I could see it. Dr. Zena says, "Remember those commercials where the most interesting man in the world were modeled after Hot Koch." Overall market is red. Yes, Christopher, it is. I think that's Christopher. Christopher, it looks like you may have changed your. Hold on a second. I just want to make sure that's still Christopher. Make sure I'm saying the name right here. Yeah, that's Christopher. I just want to make sure. Looks like you may have changed your icon, so I didn't recognize the icon next to your name there. But yeah, overall market is red. Yeah, future whale. I mean, that's how the market. I don't expect this to be any different. I really, really, really expect this to be very, very similar to what happened to GameStop, just with a little more twists along the way. But we know the game plan. We already know the game plan. We know what the playbook looks like. We know the buy button's going to get taken away at some point. Uh, there shouldn't be too many extra surprises. I don't There's going to be something. There's going to be something that we haven't seen before. I promise you. We will see something that we have never seen before. But it, we have to analyze it. We have to look at the data. And we have to say, okay, how does this impact us and what does this do? And we have to really kind of think outside the box about how it could possibly affect us and then decide how we're going to react accordingly. But for the most part, though, the game plan's there. We know what the playbook looks like. Myself, maybe we can get together on Discord tonight because I'm actually thinking about doing Discord tonight with people. I know there's some. I've had some requests on different things that people want to get together with me on to talk about, and we could get together. I'm not sure what's best time for you. I don't want you to uh, have to like deviate from like normal sleeping hours, and if I have to wake up an hour early one morning or something like that to work with you on this, we could, and then I'll get AP to kind of pass along, and maybe we can put you into the project, and we can go from there. Because I know he's already worked on it, so I'm not sure how far he's gotten. He did have the twins, and so it kind of got placed on the side burner. Nikki, good after. Well, it's technically afternoon now. It's time for numbers. If you're here for numbers. Wolf, Tunisia, I think we're all in this together. I am at this price right here. I'm pretty sure that I'd be taking a loss, but I'm not. Even if I wasn't, I'm still here. I still think this is I think this is a good play, guys. I don't believe that the company is in distress. And even if the company were in distress, I don't even think that it matters. This has nothing to do with the company. We caught them with their pants down. Their hand was in the cookie jar, and we done caught them. We done caught them, guys. We've got the royal flush here, and I believe it. And until I see numbers that prove otherwise, I think we have the best hand. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers, guys. I'm gonna go to the other page, and I won't be able to see what you guys are writing from here on now until I come back with the big tramp. Hold your thoughts and comments specifically related to me. Taking a look, actually, I'm gonna move two screens real quick. Taking a look at off exchange, an hour ago we had 57.45 in the off exchange and 11.75 in the EDGX. Let's take a look at those numbers now. 58.01 in the off exchange and 11.72, which is 69.73. Nice. Which is just a little bit higher. It's about where it was when we first started out the day today. So off exchange relatively higher than normal. Not as high as we've been seeing in the last week or so. It's not in that 70% range. An hour ago, there was 689,000 shares having been borrowed. According to Ortex, it's now down to 327. That small little decrease there is going to slightly decrease the amount of short share interest of the free float to 18.83%. Cost to borrow average is at 10.34. Max is at 13.06 and min at 8.27. Shares on loan is at 142.58, which is up 5.2 million. 2 million of roughly estimated short interest positions have been opened after they were just previously closed. So we basically had a reversal of everything from Monday to today. On loan average age per day did hit a bottom, meaning that in the next 15 trading days or by August 11th, we should see another spike in price again. Today's the official day to where I can call it out because we had 2 straight days up on that indicator. Taking a look at options. An hour ago at a $15 strike price, there were 6.1 thousand contracts that were open. There's now 7.3. And on puts, an hour ago at a $14 strike price, there was 5.3 thousand contracts. There's now 6.5. Market's still signaling for a closing price between 14 and 15. According to Fidelity's orders by customers, GME is currently running 15th with 74% buys to 26% sales. And AMC is in 20th. We've actually improved a couple spots since earlier. We have 66% buys to 34% sales. It looks like across the board, actually the dip seems to be being purchased across the board right now by customers. Doesn't really matter what it is. It looks like people are buying this. People are buying into a market that's dropping. What's going on here? Kind of weird, right? SSR trips at $13.42. We currently have another 100,000 shares that have been borrowed. That's going to put us at 700,000 shares roughly borrowed for the day-to-day. Fees are back up to 8.5%. 111.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 8.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 36.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 14.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up, or sorry, it's not up. NASDAQ is down. It's up in red. It's lighting up like fire. NASDAQ is down 1.63%. Dow Jones is down 0.32%, and the S&P 500 is down 0.93%. We currently have a declining market with 4,107 decliners to 2,762 advancers. The VIX is a little bit more down than it was an hour ago. It was like 8% before. It's now down to 5.52%. IWB is down 1.04. IWD is down 0.4. IWM is down 0.49. Tesla is down 3.46. Amazon is down 4.55. Cinemark down 3.06. Doge is down 1.45. Bitcoin is down 1.45. GME is down 4.96. HYMC is down 2.9. Hood is down 3.88. NCMI is down 1.74. And AMC is down 5.97. We currently have $1 million more in outflow than inflow. And so far for the day today, after 224 minutes of trading, we are on pace for 23.6 million shares traded for the day today. That is pretty low volume. I suggested in pre-market that we'd see somewhere between 20 and 40 million. I think there's a good chance right now, as it stands, without a spike in volume in the later half of the day, that we may not break 20. It's getting kind of close to that, which is unusual. Not to break 20 is very unusual. And that is actually one of the parts of suck, squeeze, bang, blow. The bang is supposed to see volume decreasing day over day until you see the explosion in price. On the weekly time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.44, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.35, which is slightly below average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 18.58, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 22.36, signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover in the last 15 minutes, with RSI at 38.28, which is below average. So it looks to me this is not a breakout by any means. So I'm thinking I may have gotten this descending parallel channel wrong here, and I think I know why. We'll have to see where the real bottom on this is. I think that's probably it. I think we may or may not have found that. We'll have to see here in just a second. So what it looks like to me is that we may have I was trying to say that there was a chance that we might have had like a bullish, sorry, not bullish, a bearish wedge or triangle, but I wasn't sure if it was that or a descending parallel channel. I think it really was indeed, truly and honestly, a bearish. It still broke out at the same point, but it looks like it might have been a bearish triangle moving into what appears to be a bullish triangle currently. And I think what we might see is a little bit of a consolidation point here, and then similarly breaking out towards the end, leaving out just the tip. I don't know, that's pretty tight. Let's put it right there. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. So I just managed to catch what Cash to be Made said there. I'm glad you like the channel, man. Welcome to the family here. There's a pretty good group of people here. Um, I have a lot of respect for a lot of people that are here. It sucks you're a Raiders fan. I don't know. My hats go off to you, man. Some of the most dedicated fans I've ever seen in my whole life are Raiders fans. I would never dream in a million years of going to a Raiders game dressed in anything else other than Raiders clothing, or nothing at all, like or just regular street clothes. Because my gosh, way back in the day when you guys were the Oakland Raiders, watch out. You get stabbed for that kind of stuff in the parking lot. All right. Repo numbers. Let's see. Remind me of the numbers from yesterday. They were down 2.1 something. What were they yesterday? Hold on. I still have it open from yesterday, so I'm just going to look at yesterday's numbers. No, I don't have it open from yesterday. Dang it. I mean, I do, but I have yesterday's. I don't have yesterday's numbers showing on my page. Remind me what yesterday's numbers were real quick, Thick, because I don't want to refresh and accidentally see it. I'm just going to guess up. I'm just going to go with 2.2. Go ahead and read it off. I'm going to go with 2.2. What was it the previous day? 2.228. I'm going to go with 2.245. 2.245. Yeah, flat top is bullish, Mac and Bees. That's correct. And I've got a flat top here. So this should be bullish breaking out up. This is a flat bottom breaking out down. So we went from a triangle bearish, sorry, I said it backwards. Boy, I suck at words. A bearish triangle followed by a bullish triangle. Jordan says men can birth babies. This is not a recession. You know, I was listening to that with my wife. Now my wife has no politics desire to pay attention to what the White House is saying or anybody in the Senate or the House. Like just no desire whatsoever. And I played that that clip of them talking about not wanting to define what a recession is. And I don't know, man. Me and my wife, we just started talking about like, we're just gonna start calling everything we want to call. We're just gonna call it whatever it is that we want to call it because it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like I'm just gonna call myself a soccer ball. I'm gonna be a soccer ball today, or I don't know, whatever. It's just insane. We're just gonna redefine everything how we want to see it. And I asked my wife, I said, how did we get here? How did this happen? So it did go down some more. 2.189 thrillies. Interesting. I actually don't mind. Christopher's asking a technical question, so this I don't mind. Like this is a good example of what it is I don't mind. Like if you're asking for like some kind of indicator or you want to like a pattern analysis or something like that, I could tell you that, and I think that's okay. I'm gonna go ahead and answer this one. I don't. Let me think about this. Yeah, I'm gonna answer this one. I appreciate the fact that you're at least asking about like pattern formation. You said inverse head and shoulders, and I'm assuming that it's like on a larger time scale. No, I don't see that at all. I'm not sure where you would have gotten that as an idea. Maybe a case to be made that there's a head and shoulder here, but it already kind of fell in price afterwards. So you could maybe imply that this might be a head and shoulder pattern right here. Yeah, but I don't see. Yeah, I'm not really seeing it. If this is an inverse pattern, head and shoulder pattern right here, watch for price. Price should have already ran up and been at like a 571 range or thereabouts. Someplace higher than 560. And then that might be the completion side of an inverse head and shoulders, but I'm not seeing it. Not here. Brandon says, I'm offended that you call yourself a soccer ball. I'm offended that you're offended. You shouldn't be offended in what I want to call myself. I can call myself whatever I choose to. You don't seem to understand how this offensive stuff works. I get to choose what I want to be. You don't get to choose for me. Maccabee says the only word I would be good at is cockles. Oh man. BioLife says, "Call me Andy. Do friends from Shawshank. Starting in 10 minutes ago, I'm emailing and tweeting every day hot Koch until he comes on the show." I would love to get him on here, man. I actually think there's some great, believe it or not, guys, you may not know this about hot Koch, but he's got ideas for movies. He's a director, producer, director. He's a director. And I always get directors and producers mixed up. Producers are the ones that have the money. The directors are the ones that direct it. So I always don't ask why I get that confused, but for some reason in my head I do. Anyways, he's a director and he's got several movie ideas that he's actually pitched to AMC. Even though he's on the board, he pitched them gosh, I forgot the name of Wanda. When Wanda was in ownership of the company, and they turned him down on his pitches. But he's got movie ideas, and I think that's kind of cool. I don't know, if there's ever a chance that AMC could, I'd love to hear his ideas. I just want to hear his ideas and see what his pitches are. I don't know how close to the chest people keep those kind of pitches. But maybe if he could just give us like even just a small little smidgen of what his idea for a story is, I would love to hear it. I think it would be absolutely fascinating. Nikki, I'll look at your song request. Won't happen today, but I'll look at it. John said, "Hey Casey, no other ticker." John, in regards to data, right? Like people have, I've told people in the past that if you've got data that you want me to look at, and do like a, data. It's one thing to like do an analysis, right? Like not necessarily specifically like, oh, this is a good buy or this is a bad buy kind of thing. But if there's data that I can provide, I certainly wouldn't mind providing that data. But you're right though. Like in regards to like just looking it up just to look it up, everybody can do that. Go look it up yourself. The idea that you would come into an AMC only room and just tell everybody like we got to go look at this stock because it's moving. That's not what I'm here for. Go look it up on your own. Stop trying to tell people what to look at. So, but yeah. El Doge says, please don't like this video or share it. Don't even think about subscribing. That's right. Alex says, are you a soccer ball, Casey, because you kicked around? Ooh, yes. I think there may have been a little bit of a subconscious effort to become a soccer ball. McAfee says, after we squeeze, I'm going down to the U.S. for some good quality cockles. I don't even know what that means, but interesting. Dana, I like your perspective. Everything is a GD trigger for somebody else. People need to rub dirt on it and walk it off. You know what? That's the whole thing that I was talking to my wife about, Dana. Is I was saying like, like how did we get here? How did we get to this point to where like, oh well, we'll just rename everything that we want to rename it so it doesn't have the same meaning any longer? How did we get to this point in time? And I was like, I think it all started back when nobody used to get trophies for getting first, second, and third. If you weren't in first, second, and third, you didn't get nothing. And now all of a sudden, like everybody's getting trophies for everything and for participation, and I go like, nobody ever got crap before. If you lost, you lost. You weren't first, second, or third, you're nobody. And it's just kind of like we've gone to the system now where it's like we're trying to make people feel good about themselves, but it's like it's dangerous too because now people can just be like whatever the hell they want to be, and they're not. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Alex says, I'm a teddy bear because I want to squeeze. That's what I'm saying, Jabibs. I'm saying that's exactly what I'm saying. Hawk, the apes could produce. This is what I'm talking about. Get enough of us behind something like this, and we'll push it. If it sounds like it's a good movie, let's get behind it. Let's see AMC produce their own first movie. Well, actually, I've heard it's not there. It wouldn't be their first, but you know what I'm saying. Like, let's see AMC because guess what? Then AMC makes the profits on all that money. How much money do you think it takes to make a movie? Adam Aron's got a war chest of $100 million. How much money do you think he really needs to put together a decent movie? And could he do it on a budget of like 50 million? Could he do it on a budget for 75? What could he do it for? I got ideas, guys. I got ideas. And we got people. All we got to do is put those two things together. Is the people, the right people and the right ideas, and this company can just be on moon. Yucca Frida says, Casey, I own a trophy shop. We make so many. You guys are in big time business now. Did your industry start this? Because you guys are making bank right now. Like you guys make participation trophies for everything. I can only imagine you guys are in big business. If people can't see equalized mediocrity is what we're being conditioned to accept, I can't help. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Like we're just going to redefine what everything is. It doesn't matter. And I'm not just talking about people here. We're talking about redefining what a recession is. How moronic is that? How moronic is it that you're going to redefine? You're going to go and you're going to redefine what a recession looks like when you already know. You already know what a recession looks like, and you know you're there. And the only reason that you're changing is because it doesn't fit what it is that you want. I say that's bogus. That's some bogus crap right there. You don't just go rechanging stuff like that. Dude, myself, I don't want him to make a movie about me at all. I don't want that kind of. No, please no. I legitimately want to know what kind of. I want to back whatever he has. If he's got some good ideas, I want to back it. But they've got to be good ideas, though. And my hopes is that he's got some good ideas. Philosophically, it's known as postmodernism. It entails the notion that there is no actual objective reality. Reality is whatever we deem it to be. So if I feel like I'm a parakeet, then I am. And in regards to that, Dr. Zeno, I'm kind of wondering, like, if you put everybody into a metaverse in the future, right? Nobody knows what anybody is or what anybody does or what anything is. Like legitimately, then it doesn't matter anymore, right? Like if you move towards a digital era where things like sexes don't matter, where things like what you do for a living doesn't matter, how you feel about issues doesn't matter because you're just living in some kind of like weird digital. And I say weird now because it's not normal now, but you're living in some kind of Wally world uh, where everybody's driving around in their seats, drinking their smoothies. Maybe it's okay in that respect. But Donkey Kong's like YouTuber of the century, whatever. Casing the traveling broken mug. Oh man. Highway Frog says AMC should be able to pull off a Blair Witch project. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, Highway Frog. That's exactly what I'm talking about, man. Dude, we could totally pull off a Blair Witch project where they run on a I don't even remember how much it was, but it was only a couple thousand, right? Like 10, 20,000 or something like that for Blair Witch. 10, 20,000 and you throw that in the movie theaters and people start buying it up like they do I don't know, whatever movie and then AMC makes the direct profit off of that. Holy crap. Next thing you know, AMC is going to be a production company. They're going to be a studio, not just a movie theater, but an actual studio. And that would be epic. You don't want to do that, CPE. It's gonna apply. I mean, if you want to look back at every single time that we've lost buying pressure, like every time you see orders drop below, buy orders dropping below sell orders, then you see, and I talked about this yesterday. I knew this was coming because people started talking about it already. You're gonna see price drop like a rock because it only takes one person to buy an order. Let's say like let's just have a theoretical example of what it is I'm talking about here. Let's say you have one guy that comes in and says, I'm going to buy, I just want 10 more shares. I just want 10 more because price is at 14.15. So I'm going to put in a limit order for 13.50 because I want 10 more shares, just 10 more shares at 13.50. And then he's the only order that goes through, right? And then the market's like, oh, you want me to sell to you for 13.50? Because we just talked about buy limits, right? When you put them in lower than the market price. Now all of a sudden, guess what our price drops to? In one single instant, it immediately drops all the way down to 1350. It would take them zero time if everybody decided to stop buying for a certain period of time for them to drop the price of whatever they wanted to. It would take 0 days. If we all literally just stopped buying, it would take 0 days for them to push price down to $1 or less, and it would be over. So the buying pressure has to be there. If there's no buying pressure, the price can be moved to whatever they choose to move it to. Novocaine says defining terms is essential to debating and developing solutions. If we can't even agree on meanings for terms, we will never get to the place where we can solve issues. It defines, yeah, I agree. I kind of agree with that. KBDSP, I don't know what that, Casey beer drunk, Casey equals beer equals drunk equals success equals president. Can I get the Lambo before president? Nah, man, I can't run for presidency. Uh, that jail time would really come into play. I've never been to jail, guys. I can't even I can't even imagine going to jail. Thanks, Yucca Frida. Appreciate that. Yucca Frida said, Casey, they should use the big tramp in an AMC movie. They should call it the bearded tramp. Cautious, beware the Candyman. It actually doesn't sound like a bad story, but it doesn't paint a very good light on me. So we did break out of this bullish triangle a lot earlier than I would have anticipated here. Are we getting more volume is the question. Per minute, let's kind of zoom in on this just a tad. We are at 1421 for those who are watching but can't hear, or other way around, strike that, reverse it. For those of you who can hear but can't watch, volume is still down at around 60,000 shares a minute, so not a whole lot of improvement to volume, just getting the price improvement right now. No, you can't put in one for 60. Well, I mean, you could, but somebody would have to, you'd have to get past all the sell orders that are below that in order to get up to 60. So yeah, so I know where you're going with this country pride because I've been down this path before. You know, I thought like surely if there's a way to short ladder attack down a stock price, then surely there must be a way to ladder it up. But there's really not. There is actually. There is a way, but it's already being done. Buy and hold. It's quite honestly the only way that you drive up the price is you buy and you hold. There is no opposite side to, other than the buy and hold, to driving the price downwards, like they do, like similarly to how they drive the price down with algorithms currently. There's no other way to it. You have to get past all the sell orders, and they're not going to just let you go up. Not without continuous volume and pressure. I'll check it out myself at break. I did check out his IMDb a long time ago when I first looked him up. Edward Norton is somebody that he's worked with in the past. I am extremely, I think Edward Norton, I mean, he doesn't really do anything anymore, but I'm a huge fan of Edward Norton. And the fact that Hot Koch and Edward Norton are friends, I think that's even cooler. Hawk did a interview with Edward Norton. Go check it out, man. It's really cool. The funniest part. Wait, I gotta just show this to you guys. The funniest part is the very beginning of the clip when Edward Norton makes fun of Hawk's gap in his teeth. Like legit. Like when I first saw it, I was like, dude, You don't say that to somebody you respect. You know, like I felt bad for Hawk when I heard him say it, like, oh dang, that's messed up. Let's see. Let's see if I can find his channel again because I don't remember what it was called, but oh yeah, here it is. This is so fun.
I love it.
Oh, yeah, I think I left it right on where he talked about it. Hold on a second. I was like, you don't do that. Like that's not how you start off an interview. I don't know. Hold on a second here. Let me get the sound up.
Hawk,
There he is.
so happy to see you.
Good morning, Edward.
Always the best part of a day to see your gap tooth smile.
Hey, I love it. I actually wore braces and it never worked.
It's like,
let's get.
I was like, dang, dude, Edward Norton. That's like the dude. How do you come in talking to a guy like that, man? Come on. But they seem to be pretty cool buddies. I was like, dang, Edward, that's messed up. It's really messed up that he would say that. I don't know. There's no way. There's no actually. If I ever have a chance to ask, if I do an interview with Howard, I might say like, dude, I might play that back to him and be like, no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that's too disrespectful. There's no way in the world I would do that. That's so messed up. I'd be like, what's up with Edward Norton? Why's he got attitude? It's just see what Hawk says. Be like, yeah, that guy. Oh, he's funny. Oh man. Country Pride says, what would that bring anything or be noted? Buy one share at limit order for 60. Not sure if I understand what you mean by that. It wouldn't. So what would happen is if you put in a buy order for 60, all it would do is just simply buy at the current price, right? Because it's less than what you want. So if you put in a buy order for 60, it's going to transact at 14.24. It's going to be like, nope, you got to get through these first. You got to buy all these lower guys first before you can get to 60. So you got to buy 14.24. So we're going to fill your order at 14.24. You can't just accept. They won't just accept a $60 order. They're gonna close your position with whatever's lowest in value on the bid on the ask side. So they're going to give you a share for 14.25 right now, is what they would give it to you for. I love, if I love Edward Norton. I'm just gonna say, I mean, I think he's a great actor. Primal Fear, GD, yeah, it was Primal Fear, dude. That was the first movie I ever saw Edward Norton in. I got chills at the end of that movie. It's not very often that movies like fool me. But at the end of that movie, dude, oh my God. If you guys have not seen Primal Fear, dude, did not see the ending coming that I saw. I was just like, oh my gosh. Uh, simple moving average on a daily chart and tell me what you think. 3 years, simple moving average. What? Okay. Yeah, because that'll be on the Bollinger Band as well. Um, I don't know if I can do 3 years on here. I can do yearly. Simple moving average would be on the Bollinger, which isn't going to show on this one. Let's see here. I don't know how. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to pull that up on Weeble. That's probably more of a trading view. You're probably getting more data out of trading view than I am able to get off of Weeble. But if you're pulling a simple moving average over wait a minute. Yeah, I don't even, hold on a second. I don't even think Weeble does simple moving averages at all. Let me see here. I don't think they do. The only way I could think of getting a simple moving average is off of Bollinger Bands, because Bollinger Bands have a simple moving average. Like if I were to edit the Bollinger Band here, I think, oh, it won't even, that's messed up. It won't even let me change the settings on this. Hold on a second. Oh, there we go. If I decrease the length and I put it back down to a 2, and I decrease the length to maybe like, I can't really adjust this though. I mean, it's like, it's a standard set. I don't know what it is you're looking for here, but I just according to this, we're above the simple moving average I'm looking over the past 5 years. I don't know, this is probably not even how you're asking for. You're probably wanting something completely different. But we're probably having a me not understanding what it is you're trying to say moment. So let me go back down the comments here and see. It's looking pretty tasty here, guys. Sam says messing with friends is one of the highest levels of endearment. I agree, but that's something I would never, like in a live interview. I would just never do that to somebody unless they made fun of it themselves, and which he may do. So I don't know, but I probably wouldn't go there. Yeah, American History X. I actually didn't see that until within like the last couple of years, maybe a year or two ago. Rounders loved it. Great movie. I don't see any news, Tank Dog, but if I had to guess that it's probably, I told you guys after SSR trips, count down the days. I have a feeling that we're going to start moving. First is denial. Casey passed right over Gecko Alien. He might be a shapeshifter. I read it earlier, but I didn't say anything. But yeah, I am from of this world, guys. As far as I know, my parents didn't tell me anything yet. Why are you not using the KC trending indicator? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Because that would be too cool, man. I'm sorry, John. You know, it's the ADD, man. Sometimes I read portions of stuff. Don't be afraid to put jokes out, man. Just put them out. Other people will laugh. I won't. It makes it more funny for everybody else because I don't laugh at it, and then everybody else finds that funny. I'm used to it. We started to watch it, Danny. We started watching Old School, and then something happened. I don't remember what it was, but we had to take off all of a sudden. Oh, I know what it was. I was starting to pass out in the middle of the movie, and my wife's like, "You ready to go upstairs?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Let's finish it another time. We haven't gotten back to it yet." But Frank the Tank was freaking running down the middle of the street when he turned into Frank the Tank the first time. I'm going like, "How is that me?" I'm like, "That's not me. I would never. I don't know. Maybe I would." Yeah, I probably would do something like that stupid, but I mean, I don't know. I think I would have had to have been a lot younger. Oh yeah, Dana, that curb stomp. Oh man. And you don't even see it. That's the other part is you don't even see the curb stomp, but you feel it. You feel it, and it's harsh. Getting some good volume here now, guys. We've got 70,000 shares. Some of these minutes are getting in the 70, 80,000. This last minute, those back under 60K again. BioLife Hemp says inflation's so bad. I just walked into stores in the metaverse and prices are up 15% since yesterday. Now signs read buy today on sale because tomorrow's price will be higher. That's hilarious. Thank you, Future Will. I'll check it out when I go on break here in about 25 minutes. Weird Ape, nice to be ignored. You should be ashamed for using Weeble and demanding market transparency. You lost a follower today. I'm not trying to ignore you. I've been trying to read through these comments. There's so many. This is so weird, guys. Like I feel like I try to read like everybody's comments, right? And sometimes I unfortunately skip over some comments. I was mentioning this to I don't know who I was mentioning this to. Somebody. Maybe it was Pantheon. I don't remember who it was, but I was like, sometimes I miss comments, and it's not like I'm trying to. It just happens. It's not because I'm trying to pick on somebody or anything like that. I just miss comments. Sometimes I do purposely miss them, but for the most part, I try to read most of them. And when I miss them, everybody gets upset. And it's like, guys, like I'm not charging you anything here. You know what I'm saying? Like most people would charge you just to read what it is you're saying. Like where's the anger come from? I don't get it. I really just don't understand it. It's so weird to me. It's almost like it's a I don't understand it. I need somebody to help me to understand that because I really just don't understand when I miss something somebody's writing. I'm not picking on you guys. I promise. Myself says, "Oh no, Casey, you lost a follower." I know, man. It's like my funds are gonna start getting shorted here. It's like, oh no, oh no, what am I gonna do? Uh, I feel like people who say those kind of things just don't even understand what I'm doing here. I'm gonna finish watching Old School. I will. I don't remember why you guys called me that either. Frank the Tank. James of Arizona says, "I want my money back. Tip the tramp so many times." I know which tramp you tipped. It wasn't this one. You go right on ahead and you keep telling your wife that, James, that you've been tipping the tramp, Casey's tramp, because I'll cover for you. Ralph says it's simple, Casey. It's because they didn't get their first place trophy. Good point. Not bad. Way to relate it to what it is we were talking about. Kudos. And by the way, Ralph, I don't recognize the name. So good to see you. Welcome. Danny says, I'm out of here. Take care, Danny. Forrest says, Casey, did you ever answer what your pronouns are? Apologies, I had to step away. I did not. I'm known as soccer ball, soccer ball, and broken mug when you see me in person. Dr. Zeno says, whenever somebody is angry, my first thought is, have they taken a shit lately or not? That's a great one, doctor. I got to use that sometime. I got to be like, I'm going to use that. I'm totally going to use that, doctor. I don't know where, when. If I get slugged in the face and I get a black eye out of it, I'm proudly going to wear it and tell you that that's where I got it from. BioLife Hemp says, we need you to tell us something we know here. Some people are questioning if you're real. What? I'm confused now. Yes, myself. Casey is a female name. Future Whale says you need to start charging so you can make sure you don't miss mess. You know the crazy thing is, Future Whale, is that you said you contacted me in a Twitter DM. I get back to like almost everybody. There's a few Twitter DMs or Reddit DMs or Discords that I miss here and there too, but I try to get back to like every single person. It's like if you guys ever like are asking questions and they don't get answered in here, you have like multiple places you can reach me, and I'm more than willing to answer questions. I'm always making myself available. So please don't ever feel, guys, like I'm ignoring you. I hope that's not the case. I feel like somebody asked me about the simple moving average over 3 years, and so I'm kind of curious. Like, I know I didn't draw that right. Uh, and I can't even remember who it was that wrote it, but if you want me to pull up TradingView to look at a simple moving average over a 3 year period of time, this is the crack up part for me. It's like I'll do it. It's not a problem. I hate I hate using this with a passion, but I'll use it. Simple moving averages. Let's get rid of the OBV. And let's put it to I don't even know if this does 3 year, but let's see what it does. We got, I got month, and I think I can add times frames in here. I think they really want it. Let's just look at the monthly on this and get rid of all this other junk in here so that's like not all like gook. And let's see what we got here. This is part of the reason why I don't like looking at like other people's indicators here, because I don't know what I'm looking at, and I've got to like look at them and see what they're showing. So looks like they got multiple ones in here. Yeah, this is not. It can't be monthly that you want me. Yeah, let's try weekly. Let's try daily. This is this is like just way too much information for me. I have to sit down and like break down like each one of these moving averages, figure out what they are and where price is moving to in comparison to each one of these. This is not one simple moving average. Let me pull out. These are all different time intervals that are checked here. So I don't know what time parameter you want me to be looking at. I don't know, I don't know what the scale is. Like there's so many different things, whatever it is that you're looking at. I don't know what it is you're looking at, but I would need to see it, or if you can send me a picture, it'd be easier for me to see what it is you're pointing out or trying to point out. How the heck do I get this? Oh, there we go. Dana says I won't be ignored. It's kind of weird that you would ask that question, Christopher. I mean, it's the DTCC. So I'm just going to read it off to you. I'm just typing it into Google and I'll just read it off to you. The Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation is a financial service company that provides clearing and settlement services for the financial markets. The DTCC settles most securities transactions, and the U.S. settlement is integral to securities transactions. I'm not sure. These are like kind of basic like Google things that I feel like you could type in there. It's kind of weird. I get questions like this, and I'm not trying to point you out specifically, Christopher, even though I'm saying your name. But just what I'm more curious about is why are you asking? Because that's the part that I want to understand. Like, what is it that you're looking for? Maybe I can help you out more that way. Because I feel like you could just look that up and find that yourself. What is it specifically that you're looking for as far as an answer um, and how is it money to bail out the hedge funds? Okay, so yeah, that's a little more specific. So in regards, because I know that there's been the talks about that new SR. Let me scroll back up to the top here. SROCC 2022's 802 in regards to clearing agency statements in terms of substance of the advance notice. Let's see. It says self-regulatory organizations options clearing corporation notice of filing of advance notice related to a master repurchase agreement as part of the options clearing corporation's overall liquidity plan. And I know some people are concerned about the idea that there's not enough money out there for them to be able to fund closing of positions. Should those positions not or not? What are the words I'm trying to use here? Words. Think. If a company were to go belly up, an institution or many institutions were to go belly up, and the DTCC had to clear positions. Hold on a second here. I got to pull up the screen. I just noticed that I was missing the Sonko tractor. If they got to a point to where insurance money became an issue, more than likely, and you can see this, you can go back and you can look at this with 2008. There's going to be settlement periods that continue on into the future. So what I would suggest to you is that there may become a possibility in time where there might be a problem with how much money is available to closing positions, and that there may be a limit on how far this can go. But ultimately, I think somebody's going to have to start printing money for it. And I don't think, I think if they don't have the money available to close positions, then you're going to see the entire market just implode. So I don't think that they'll let that happen. it's not that I'm trying to call people lazy here, Danny, at all. What I'm just trying to say is like ask the more direct question. The hoard money to bail out hedge funds. That's the real question right there. Christopher really wants to know is there enough money available in holding for the DTCC to be able to do the clearing of the shares that may be in existence, not just for AMC, but a lot of positions. There's going to be a lot of. I don't believe it's just going to be AMC that's squeezing. I think there's actually going to be multiple companies that are squeezing. So the what he's asking is a really important question, but the real question isn't what is DTCC and what do they do. The real question is do they have enough money? And it's a great question. A long time ago, people had suggested that DTCC had $70 trillion available in insurance money to be able to close positions if needed. But I think later on that was debunked to some extent, and they said that maybe only half of that was there, like 35 trillion or maybe 30 trillion. So we'll have to see when we get there. We'll see what happens when we get there, man. Pantheon says burr. Pretty much they're gonna have to start printing money. Horatio, welcome to the channel. I'm just going to let you know right now that today we're only doing AMC. Actually, all the time we're only doing AMC here. I don't give my viewpoints on other stock positions and what they're doing. All I would suggest to you is that if you want to know who it is you're playing with before you get into position, is you should look them up on Fintel. You should find out like what their position is and who you're playing up, what kind of institutions you're playing against, how much they own of the free float. Know those kind of things before you get into a play. And then, there's other things you could do besides that that might help you. There's a lot of other research, but a great place to start though is Fintel and knowing who it is you're up against or who you're trading against. The more institutional share ownership that there is, over 60% can get dangerous. It means that they can close out their positions faster than you can. And when they leave, you might be the bag holder. When it's under 30%, no. When it's under 30%, maybe 25. Maybe when it's under 25%, then you start risking you riding a bicycle that has no chain and you're just pumping and pumping and pumping and nothing's happening. So just kind of keep those things in mind when you're investing. Yucca says, Casey reminder, reboot computer. Thank you, sir. Guys, it's 1 o'clock. It's time. It's past 1 o'clock. It's time to take a look at the numbers so I can take a break here. Oh, man, that sounds really... I just read what Doug said here. Doug said, Casey, I've been quiet today just watching because wife is off today and she made me rotisserie chicken, macaroni and cheese, and potato salad, so I'm feeling like heaven for lunch. Dude, oh, man, my wife asked me to make some of my rotisserie chicken egg salad. I need to go grab some Costco rotisserie chicken and make some egg salad here. Not today, but today's steak night. Maybe that's tomorrow night. All right, time to take a look at the numbers, guys. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing from here on forward. I'm getting hungry. I know you guys are probably getting hungry. It's past lunchtime. Some of you, it may be lunchtime. So have lunch. Don't forget to eat, sleep, and drink. If you're on the job, only do the eat and drink part. I almost said sleep. Or sleep. Whatever. Who cares? Alrighty, two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have two-factor authentication, you might want to consider it, at least test it out. Now would be a good trial period to see if it's going to work for you and protecting you in case you don't want somebody to get into your account that may not supposed to be in your account. Man, words are just really difficult for me today. Super, super difficult. I feel like I'm giving out incoherent sentences. What's new? Alrighty, I'm moving 2 screens over and we're going to cover these numbers here real quick and then I'm going to head to break. Starting with off exchange. An hour ago is 58.01 and 11.72 in the EDGX. Let's see what those are currently. 59.06 in the off exchange and 11.42 in the EDGX, which is up about 1%. We have about 1% more going through our off exchange than we had in volume an hour ago. This is not all of our off exchange volume, but most of it. 70.48% currently. Taking a look at Ortex as of an hour ago, we had 327,000 shares having been borrowed. Now it's down to 102. That small little decrease will have a slight impact on estimated short share interest of the free float at 18.81% currently. Cost of our average is at 10.31, max is at 13.06, and min is at negative 0.52. Just throw the min out. Shares on loan is back up 5.2 million from the down 5.2 million that we had yesterday. And interestingly enough, the short interest of the free float is up the same amount that it went down, meaning that there's $2 million more in short interest roughly. Taking a look at options, an hour ago, somebody was asking earlier, like, should I do these like every hour on the hour? In regards to these numbers, and this is probably one of the biggest things that I've looked at in the past where I wanted to see where something happened in the middle of the day. I can't tell you how many times I've gone back to see where options changed in positions throughout the day, and it's good to be able to go back and see that in 1 hour intervals. But at a $15 strike price an hour ago, there was 7.3 thousand contracts. There's now 8.6. On the puts, at a $14 strike price an hour ago, there was 6.5 thousand contracts. There's now 8.2. Market's still signaling for a closing price between $14 and $15. Orders by customers. Fidelity customers currently showing GME's currently in 15th with 75% buys to 25% sales. AMC we slipped one spot back to 21st, and we have 66% buys to 34% sales. We're looking pretty strong here. I'm liking it, just low volume. Trigger price for SSR is $13.42. Shares available to borrow. They did borrow an additional, I'm going to call it 50,000 even though it's only, no, it is 50,000. They borrowed another 5,000 out of the ETFs as well. So another 50,000 shares having been borrowed at the new higher fee of 8.5%, putting us at a total of 750,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today so far, according to Sonko Tracker. We currently have 111.1 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 8.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 36.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 14.7 that are in the money. The NASDAQ is down 1.83, the Dow Jones is down 0.55, and the S&P 500 is down 1.14. We currently have 4,111 decliners to 2,805 advancers. The VIX is up 5.91%. IWB is down 1.24. IWD is down 0.61. IWM is down 0.55. Tesla is down 3.96. Amazon is down 5.33. Cinemark is down 3.43. Doge is down 1.68. Bitcoin is down 1.83. GameStop is down 4.91. HYMC is down 1.63. Hood is down 5.07. NCMI is up 1.3, and AMC is down 4.53%. Looking at our inflow versus outflow, we currently have just slightly eking out ahead on the inflow by about $100,000. We're pretty much running neck and neck with inflow and outflow. 16.45 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. Let's check and see what kind of pace we're on. We've traded for 288 minutes. Looks like we're on pace for about 22.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today. that's really going to be close to the numbers that I suggested in the pre-market, which was 20 to 40 million. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.92, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.45, which is slightly below average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 29.12, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more. I'm going to go with more. It looks like equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 39.25, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.13, which is about average. I'm going to go ahead and record our low of 1394 as a potential bottom. That's 24.1% down from the 65.6% upwards movement to 1837 that we had. I really need to start filling in my dates here better. Let's see if I can get an idea for where we're headed to here. If this were truly indeed the bottom at 1394, we would need to see at least a 15% increase in price to know that we were heading to newer highs from that bottom. Which would be $16.03. So we'd have to break 1603 to have new highs. So I'm going to go ahead and reset that now. I don't know that that's necessarily where we're heading to, but we did trip a synthetic price failure, which usually resets everything. Oftentimes, you'll see price come back down and test that level, whatever it got to. 2, 3 times potentially before actually getting running up and hitting that 1603 number. So we'll see what happens. As it stands right now, I know I got a lot of lines on the screen right here, and you're going like, what the heck is going on? Let me just see if I can clean this up. So I just want to point out one last time for the day-to-day that we had a bearish triangle that pushed down into a bullish triangle, which pushed up. So that's where we kind of stand right now. Let me delete all this stuff so we don't have as much junk on the screen. Let's call that 81 bars. Let's call 80. $74. Hold on a second. I just want to check something out here real quick. That's way too big. Even if I move this over, extended that out to 21 bars. It's still too wide. I was wondering if there was a chance that this might be an inverted head and shoulder pattern here, but it's not. That's not what's going on. I had to measure it out though to see. Where is it going? Three, 6, 3, 6. Let's see if this doesn't break out up here pretty soon. If it does, it's come down quite a bit though. I don't know. I'm not sure where this is headed as it stands right now, but let's look for 14, 13 to hold. All right, with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. When talking watch, I feel like there's a riddle. When does a watch talk? When it's red. I can't even read what you guys are writing in here. Miss most of the day. What's the good word for earnings call? Actually, I do think that there were some numbers that were reported. I don't. Let me see if they. I don't think they're showing estimates yet on Weeble. I do know that there's some estimates though. I think I don't know what they are off the top of my head. I'm not sure where I'd find them. A watch talks every second. Ticks. Ticks every sec. Talks. Tick tock. Ah, I see what you did there. Tick tock. Got it. Nice. Dr. Zena says watch talk rhymes with hot cotch. Hot cotch has a watch talk. Or you could say hot cotch has a hot watch. If he has a cool watch on though. Only if he has a cool watch. Pebbles, take care. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna head to break. I'll come back at 2:10 for the toast for the day, and we have a birthday toast. Thor Bladed had his birthday yesterday, and I was a doofus and forgot to toast to his birthday because I'm a schmuck. I'm gonna lose another viewer. You know what, Thorblade? I don't know if you're listening. If Thorbladed's listening, I apologize, man. I feel so deeply bad about that. I really, truly, and honestly had it in my notes, and I knew from last week that your birthday was coming up because you'd mentioned it last week, and I think you'd mentioned it 2 weeks prior. I knew because it was in my notes that I was gonna forget though, because that's how I am. If it's in my notes, I forget. I probably shouldn't have written it down, then I would have remembered. Myself says when Hot Koch comes to the show, you need to customize the van so you guys can sit next to each other. Dang, that would be really cool. Oh, Salty Dog's wife was birthday was yesterday. Salty Dog, what do you want me to call you? Want me to call her Salty Dogette, or does that sound too weird? What can I call your wife for every? What can I call your wife that is appropriate for me to say on here so I can toast that belated birthday as well. Dana, love you too. Take care. No homo. Miss Salty Dog. Got it. Got it. I will present that toast at 2:10. I will be back. I will see you guys then. Let me put up my message. Someone tweeted that Elon had an affair with Kenny's wife and got his account suspended. Okay. Oh yeah, 2:10. The Big Tramp is a VW, ironically, Yale, and that's part of the reason why I really like the Big Tramp. I don't know that I've ever necessarily talked about it, but I that's probably one of the main reasons why I kind of was attracted to this Big Tramp when it was shown to me. I was like, dude, it's not only is it a cool Big Tramp, but it's a VW Big Tramp, and I can't imagine a better VW you could possibly have is a VW Big Tramp. So, and of course, we had to make it a lowrider. Salty Dog. Salty Dog. Sammy boy, it's in the description. If you go to the description box, you'll see that there's a link for it. It's a good read. Sit down and read that. Basically, it's me talking about cycles and how they relate to a four-stroke engine. Actually, our stock has 5 strokes, but and there is such thing as an engine called a hit or miss engine. And basically what happens is that when the speed is too high, it's like a limiter, and so it misfires on when speed is too high. And that's actually really a lot like what our stock price moves like. When we have those big explosions in prices, we get a limiter that gets put on us, and we go into like an idle state for a while where we misfire. But anyways, check it out. It's in the description box. The link is there. Take some time reading it because it is a long read. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you guys at 2:10 for a toast.
Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? MusicVine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with MusicVine.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. And let's see, it's time to toast. It is that time of the day. It is the Power Hour. Welcome to the Power Hour. So what am I going to toast to today? Happy birthday to Mrs. Salty Dog. I know it's belated. I'm a schmuck. but Mrs. Salty Dog, happy birthday to you. And Thor Bladed, I know I missed both of you guys' birthdays yesterday. I apologize. Happy birthday to both of you. What a cool month. Hope you guys aren't cancers like me. I think you guys are probably Leos if I had to guess. I know I missed the Leo cutoff. I'm not sure if the Leo's cutoff is before or after me, but I got stupid Cancer. Hope you guys have a better sign than I do, but if you don't, then we share something in common. And happy belated birthday to both Thurplated and Mrs. Salty Dog. Cheers. Caitlin, let's just not throw out other stocks. I don't care. I gotta remove those. Like I'm legit like trying to avoid. I mean, I gotta have the same standard for everybody. You know what I mean? Like legit. Like I gotta keep it strictly one thing or allow just everything. And I have a problem with allowing everything. Just because of the fact that I know that there's people that are going to come in and try to push different things on us. I mean, I hear you. I hear you. No. I get it. I totally understand. I read them. I understand where you're coming from. I just I can't like if I'm going to say one thing on one side, I got to say the same thing on the other side. I understand what they are. I understand what they lead to. And I just want to say, like if I'm gonna sit there and tell people I don't want them to push a particular stock, then I have to, on the same side, I have to say like, okay, but talking about them dropping in value is also something we shouldn't be talking about as well. It's not that I don't want to talk about rising prices. It's not that it's just I don't want to talk about other positions in general. So I got to be fair on both sides. Um, I can't just say I don't want people talking about buying positions in other stocks. It's just I want to kind of try to keep it AMC, GME, and that's it. Yeah, pretty much. On the left-hand side, of course, I've got some other indicators over here, and most of these relate to AMC in some fashion or another, or the general overall market performance, which I've kind of covered on many occasions, except for things like Tesla. But Tesla is kind of a short squeeze play that has happened in the past, so that's part of the reason why I'm watching Tesla. And Hood is the only other one that I've got up here, and it's just because we've got a pass with Hood and how they treated their customers, and I'm not pleased with that, so that's another reason I watch Hood. But yeah, I understand, Caitlin. I hope you can understand. Casey, is Steve Bannon talking good about Apes Big? I don't know. I haven't seen what he said. Yeah, I understand, Caitlin. I get it. I really do. I do understand. And I appreciate you wanting to look out for the community. I do. Uh, doctors, if Koch comes on, you're out of here. I understand that, Dr. Zeno. I'm never holding you back. Don't ever feel like I'm trying to hold you here. I know those hot Koches really touch you in the just the right way. Another sub gone, laugh out loud. Alrighty. Dan's saying they are desperate. I spoke with a broker today asking about my GME shares. They won't have them until Monday, and Citibank is their provider. Crazy. Yeah, that is really kind of crazy. Shocking. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. It's time to do that. I think, I'll say Tony. Tony does a great job of talking about other stock tickers, and I think he might be on right now. If you guys want to go talk about like, whatever favorite positions you have, he does a really good coverage of a lot of other plays that are out there. So if you want to go see what it is he's got to say, he might actually have stuff that you guys want to talk about in regards to that. But yeah, I'm just trying to avoid it. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you might want to consider it. It could potentially help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in there. Let's take a look at what's going on with our numbers here. I can't see what it is you guys are writing now that I'm on to the new page here. Until you see the big tramp come back, I probably won't be answering any questions. So hold those thoughts. You guys ever have that that little? You remember when we used to watch cartoons and they used to have that thing where it'd be like something like dun 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 dun, dun. We'll be right back. You remember that? You remember those days? You ever get that go through your head when somebody says like right after these messages? All right, taking a look at off exchange, 59.06 and 11.42. Let's see what we currently have here. 60.3 and 11.05, giving us a grand total of 71.35% of our total volume going through a large portion of the off exchanges. Not all of the off exchanges, but just the big portions of it. So that means that there is probably a little bit more. Taking a look at the shares having been borrowed, it was down to 102,000 shares an hour ago. It's now back up to 532,000 shares with a cost per borrow average at 10.09, cost per borrow max at 13.06, and cost per borrow minute negative 0.52. The increase in borrowed shares change is going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.85%. And the shares on loan is at 142.58 million shares for the day today. That is a 5.2 million increase, and 2 million of it was roughly short interest. So a complete flip-flop from what we saw from yesterday. Basically, new positions in the amount that were closed being reopened. Taking a look at the options here at a 14.5. Okay, so this is lowering here. We may see price go down here a little bit. The calls are coming in more stacked at $14.50, which is 50 cents lower than what it was an hour ago. At 15 an hour ago, we were 8.6 thousand contracts. At 14.5, we're at 9.2 thousand contracts. And at a $14 strike price for the puts, an hour ago there was 8.2 thousand contracts. There's now 8.9. So the market's suggesting that maybe we have a closing price somewhere between 14 and 14.50. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is currently coming in 16th position with 75% buys to 25% sales. And AMC is 22nd with 65% buys to 35% sales. Trigger price is $13.42. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they did borrow. That's the 50,000 that I already counted. Okay, no new shares in the last hour, so fees are 8.5% up from 7.2 earlier. No new shares having been borrowed. The total amount borrowed so far for the day-to-day on Stonko Tracker showing 750,000 shares. 111.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 8.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 36.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 14.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 1.9, Dow Jones is down 0.7, and the S&P 500 is down 1.18. We currently have 4,246 decliners to 2,690 advancers. The VIX is up 8.05%, IWB is down 1.24, IWD is down 0.69, IWM is down 0.54, Tesla is down 3.64, Amazon down 4.995%, Cinemark is down 3.32, Doge is down 2.23, Bitcoin is down 1.86, GameStop is down 4.46, HYMC is down 2.13, Hood is down 5.23, NCMI is down 1.74, and AMC is down 5.16%. Inflow versus outflow is about $500,000 more in inflow. 18.4 million shares having been traded with about 40 minutes left to go in the trading day. We're on pace for about 20.3 million shares, 20.4 million shares by the end of the day. That's really, really, really close to what we had yesterday. It's going to be slightly lower maybe. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.69, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.89, which is slightly below average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.85, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.95, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.67. Actually, you know what? It almost looks like those are equal. No, it's just, I think there's just slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 44.52, which is just slightly below average. I do want to note that the Bollinger Bands are they're showing a lot of volatility and allowing price to be able to move quite freely. And I can see what it is you guys are writing now. I went to go check my Twitter because I'm waiting on a request. Future Whale came in earlier and posted that image of what it was he was looking at. I don't think he's gonna have a problem. I'm just gonna copy the page that he sent to me, and I'm not gonna any of the information that he's got up there. I don't think he would have a problem with that. Goodbye, Casey Kenny. By the way, guys, my mom had thought about naming me Kenneth Christopher, and that's how the Casey was kind of formed. She thought that Kenneth Christopher was a good name, so that's where Casey came from. In case you guys are ever wondering, kind of interesting fact. Taking a look at the numbers that this is the simple moving average that Future Whale was trying to show me earlier, and he's talking about how the simple moving average, if you look at it at the three-year trend of the simple moving average, and you can see that there's this downwards trend here. Kind of comes back. It's actually pretty much straight across. But that is a simple moving average there, and you can see where it acted as a level of resistance here, acted as a level of support. Actually, hold on a second. It acted like a level of resistance here and a level of support here, and then acted as a level of support here. And then once it broke through here, it acted as a level of resistance. And currently, as it stands, we broke through marginally, and we're coming back down to test it again. It may act as a line of support. This is the 3-year SMA, was retested Friday, and I find that to be super bullish because we see that happen last time. So yeah, this little retest is what he's talking about right here. The breakout above it, and then the test. Very, very similar. I mentioned back to him that I think we're going to see more than just that. I think there's going to be a lot more bullish indicators that start forming here very, very soon. M Height says bullish divergence everywhere. Yeah. Backyard Boogie says, yo, Casey, no FUD, but did they figure out how to beat up? How to beat me up? I have one weakness. I only have one weakness, and it's not kryptonite. I'm not going to say what it is, because I know eventually somebody's going to figure it out, and they're going to use it against me. Oh, did they figure out how to beat us? No, I don't think so. Hmm. 2 weeks, Roseanne. Oh man, I don't know. At some point I feel like 2 weeks is gonna get old. I'll tell you what though. The one indicator that I do like to look into is and I feel is extremely reliable is on loan average age per day, and that just signaled an indicator that we're going to be moving upwards in price on the 21st within the next 15 business days. That basically puts us out to the 11th of August. So sometime between now and the 11th of August, I would be looking for a run. Excuse me. There's a sell-off, isn't there? Right. I mean, I'm seeing some downwards pressure, and I'm definitely seeing some OBV movement in the downwards direction, but I'm seeing retail buying right now. So I would say that there's more buying right now than there is selling. Remtax says it's Halle Berry. Oh, damn it. I have two weaknesses. Two weaknesses, damn it. The kick to the groin, I can take that. I mean, I'll kind of keel. I'll recover. I can recover from a kick to the groin. The Halle Berry's a good one though, Rem Taco. She's definitely a weakness. Even my wife says she's beautiful. she's she's a good looking lady. She's really smart too. And damn, she can eat some chicken wings. Have you guys seen her on Hot Ones? Oh my gosh. She knows how to clean it to the bone. Incredible. Watch it. If you haven't seen Halle Berry doing Hot Ones, go watch that. It's worth a watch. That lady knows how to handle herself with hot wings. Forrest says, "Hey Casey, if I recommended a game on Steam, would you give it a try? Super cheap. I think you'd love it." Absolutely. I'll tell you right now, Forrest, before you recommend it, I'll check it out for sure. But I'm not too much into like um, I'm not into fantasy. Maggie says August 11th is about 2 weeks. Ironic, no? American Trader says 2 weeks is never getting old. Well, all right, fine. If you hold a cold wallet near Casey, he'll shrivel up like a raisin. I don't even know what the heck that means, but okay. Cockle kryptonite. Ooh, I don't even know what that is, but it sounds dangerous. Sammy Boy says, hot wings. I know, right? It. I put out steaks. I've got 4 steaks sitting out right now that are unthawing, and I've got to go. I got to go marinate them. I was gonna marinate them on break, but they're not quite thawed out yet, so I got to wait for another hour or two. But I'm gonna go season those things and marinate them a little bit, and but I'll tell you what though, as soon as I said hot wings, Sammy Boy, the first thing I thought of was Pluckers, and I know that if I told my wife, hey, the steak's still unthawing, and that I thought maybe we could go to Pluckers before you went to work, I think she'd probably go for it. Just saying. Although it would be a tough toss up though if I told her I said let's go to Tumble 22, she might go for that too. I know. Steak. So Yo says marinate a steak. God's watching, Casey. Check it out. Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire sauce. A little bit of Worcestershire sauce, salt and pepper. I mean, really, there's probably like half a dozen probably steak season rubs that you can get that you could put into it. Take your pick. It doesn't really matter. Salt, pepper, whatever seasoning you want to, with a little bit of that Worcestershire sauce. Mwah. Maybe I'll take a maybe I'll take a picture of the steaks later tonight and post it up in the Discord so you guys can see it. No promises. Worcestershire sauce. You know what, Remtac? We were talking. Some of the girls in the family here. I don't really ever say the girls' names, but it's on for a reason. But uh, some of the time, sometimes we go to. Well, let me phrase this. For some of the girls' birthdays in the family, some of the kids, they've actually wanted to go to Hooters for their birthday, and that's happened. Like I think twice, at least twice, for their birthday dinner. I think that's so weird. Um, but hey, whatever. I'll go. Whatever. It's weird. I don't understand it. It was not my choice. Brian Carpenter said Twin Peaks. I actually gave my son that choice this weekend, Brian. I gave him a choice between Hooters and Twin Peaks. I said, which one do you want to go to lunch to, Hooters or Twin Peaks? And we settled on Schlotsky's. I think he was kind of like, I don't need to go there. It's okay, Dad. Don't worry about it. We're good. The funny part was, I joked about it. I was just joking when I told him that, and he's like, "Oh, I've already been there before." And I was like, "You didn't go with me. When did you go?" I was like, "What? I wasn't there." The American Trader says, "I hate that word and laugh out loud. Never been able to say it right." Worcestershire. Sammy Boy says, "UK has 0 Hooters. Sucks here." First time I ever went to Hooters when I was in high school. Um, I didn't like it. I quite honestly didn't like it. It just felt weird. It was just kind of like, it just seemed weird. My buddies all wanted to go. They took me to Hooters, and I was just kind of like, I mean, yeah, the girls are great looking and everything, but it's just, I don't know, it just felt forced. And I was just kind of like, this feels weird. I don't like how it's forced. But, whatever. Some guys like it, some guys don't. It's not really naughty, John. It's more just girls in short shorts and a tight t-shirt. That's it. I don't know if I'd call it naughty. Samara says poll for if 2 weeks is old. You know, I'll throw that up as a poll. There you go. I do want to know how you guys feel about it. Truly and honestly. Uh-oh. Did I get cut off here? No, the stock's still trading. Huh, I just put the poll in, but it's not going through to the chat. Give me a second here, guys. I'm having. Can we get the poll in 2 weeks? For some reason, that poll didn't go through. It didn't like it. I'm gonna refresh the screen. I don't know what's gonna happen here, guys. I don't know if the stream's gonna get shut off. Hopefully not. If it does, I'll just restart it. But I'm gonna restart the this page here and see what happens. Here we go. All right. So far, so good. Okay, it looks like the poll never came through, so let me try the poll again. Let me try the poll again. Oof. Huh. All right, went through this time. I don't know why it was having problems before. Remtak says my brother works at Twin Peaks. Bet she's not a waiter. Just saying. Funky Pizza Records says, welcome Funky Pizza Records, first off, and I love the name. I think that is an absolutely cool ass name for a YouTube name. My dad took me to Hooters for my 15th birthday and made me stand on top of a chair and sound like a bird with 2 water cups in my mouth. That's some messed up stuff right there. Juanito says it's got to be hard to go there with a wife. She's probably no. My wife doesn't have any problems going there. My ex-wife would have had problems. It just depends on the woman, man. It really does. Yo says, Casey, I couldn't see Brian Carpenter's comments and a few others last few days. Yo, you may have accidentally put your phone and blocked individuals. You'll have to go into your settings and unblock individuals. If that's the case, you may have accidentally hidden them. Don't do it myself. Oh, you don't have anybody blocked. Okay, I don't know the answer. Remtax says he's a barback. I almost read that as bareback. That's not good. That means I've had too much alcohol and I've only had as much as I normally have. He's a bar back. Hey, now you're assuming here, haha, he could totally be a waitress with his moves. Remtax says I can't vote on the poll. No pun intended. Dude, Sammy, you don't even understand, man. My wife is super chill, man. She's so cool. She's really an awesome person. Really, really cool. You guys, when you meet her, when you have a chance to meet her, you're gonna enjoy buying her beer. I promise you're gonna enjoy buying her beer. She's fun. No, I don't think we're halted. I think my internet's having issues right now. I feel like it's cutting in and out, but we're just kind of trading sideways right now. What is Maggie asking? Maggie, we're not halted. I still see trades going through. 1543. Looks like trades are still going through for me. I don't see any halts. You know what, Mac and Bees? I can't. You want something better for your kids, right? I mean, you really do. But if that's how they choose to make money, then that's how they choose to make money. Um, the thing is you gotta, you gotta want the best for me as you possibly can, have for them. And if that's where they're gonna work, what are you gonna do? Stop loving them? It doesn't work that way. Although I had a coworker one time, he was really worried about his daughter. Uh, he said he was really worried about his daughter becoming a stripper in the future. And I said, well, what are you going to do about it? And he goes, well, I decided that if she ever becomes a stripper, I'm just going to go to the club that she's at every single night until she stops. And I said that might actually probably work. I don't know if they'll kick him out, but I know that would definitely probably cause his daughter to not want to do it. Maccabee says, "Damn, that's ruthless." I thought so too. I thought so too, but to be honest with you, I think it really would stop the. I think it would stop it from happening. That's funny myself. Mm. For those of you who are listening and not watching, it's $14.12 right now. There does appear to be a little bit of a battle going on in pricing. It looks to me like they're trying to drop this. Let me see if I can find a. I have a feeling they're going to try and trade this out right up to the very end. But this does look like a bearish triangle that we're on here, trading into the aftermarket. But it looks like there's a strong potential chance that we're going to trade. We're going to trade somewhere between 1409 and 1418 for a close. Unless they try to push this down at the very last minute, but we're down to the last 15 minutes, which is usually bullish territory. Janice says genius. I mean, it is genius, but it is a little weird too at the same time. You got to admit, it's kind of weird. You can look it up online, Sammy. It's mostly just American food. Tom says, Casey, my brother works at the fire station. My daughter says, Daddy, can I go on the pole? I said, that's the only pole you can go on. I used to have an uncle that used to be a firefighter. I went to his station one time. I had to use the restroom, asked if I could go use the restroom. And he's like, yeah, sure, go ahead. And it's right over here. He pointed it out. And so I walked in. there, and sitting right on the back of the toilet seat is, the Playboy issue of Drew Barrymore. This was a long, long time ago. But I was sitting there going like, they just left it like just sitting out like it was no big deal. Like, just set it right up on top of the toilet seat. Those firemen. Stockwish says, got it. This is tomorrow, right? What do you, in regards to the bearish triangle? It's just gonna be good for today. Oh, yes. In regards to the basis points, interest rates increase possibility. Not possibility. I mean, it will be. They'll definitely increase the interest rates. But the question is 75 or 100 basis points. I'm going 75. I think 75, and the reason that I say that is I feel like the reverse repo is starting to kind of settle in a little bit. It's not increasing any longer, and I think there's a chance that we might just see it. I think 75 basis points is probably going to be this may be the last 75 basis points. We'll see. Man, all right. So it looks like they did try to push this outside of this bearish triangle here. They're going for it. I'm thinking 75 as well. Yo says, Casey, thanks. Never been jealous of a chicken wing before. Hallie can handle them. I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. It's a good watch. She's a trooper. Let me tell you something, though. My wife could handle those chicken wings just as good as her, if not better, I imagine. I'd like to think, anyways. I think that's probably like how you should pick out. Well, I know I got a lot of female ladies sitting here listening. Female ladies, no offense, but I think I think you can pick out a really good woman based on how well she can clean a hot wing. And it doesn't necessarily have to be hot, but there's a big difference between, I don't know. Watch people and how they eat hot wings, guys. There's different ways. And depending on how she eats the hot wing, if it co-aligns with how you like to eat hot wings, there might be chemistry in the works. But I think taking a date out to eat hot wings can really tell you a lot about a person. Is that person going to be a match for you? Are you guys both uptight and neat and tidy and like make sure that you're always cleaning your face, or you guys order a beer and just dive right in and you don't care how messy you get? Eating hot wings. Two things. Watch how they treat the waiter or waitress. Number one. And number 2, watch how they eat their hot wings. If it makes you grossed out, you might not connect with that person in the future. If you absolutely dig how they eat their hot wings, you might be a match made in heaven. I'm telling you right now, I know it sounds like the craziest thing you've ever heard of in your whole life. How in the world could hot wings unite two people? I'm telling you, it's a big thing. Bone in for me, sir. Bone in. No bone out. I don't eat chicken nuggets unless I purposely go to McDonald's. But I can really tell you a lot. Buck Thinner, I can never say your last name, Buck. I apologize. Did you get the advice from Dr. Ruth on the wings? No, I really, truly, and honestly, like, I mean, just think about the woman that you want to hang out with for the rest of your life. How do you want her to eat her hot wings? Do you want her to be messy or do you want her to be clean? Like, how do you want her to handle her hot wings? Because that's probably how she's going to handle you. And some people like to be handled differently than others. If she just tears right into those hot wings like she hasn't had a meal in 2 weeks, maybe she's the right person for you. I don't know. Maybe she's not the right person. But you'll know. You'll know it when you see it. Janice says, this is truly unique critique. Laugh out loud. When I was 16 at prom in a pink dress, I ordered ribs. They said, you don't want those. I insisted. I was pretty. It wasn't pretty watching me with those wet towels. I cleaned the bone. That's awesome, man. I love that, Jana. That is so cool. That's awesome. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have a pullback. I thought it was gonna be earlier than later, to be honest, Stockways. I thought it was gonna be last Tuesday, but it turns out that it's now. Sammy Boy says eating hot wings with someone is always meaningful. I agree. Yeah, there could be other meals that you could share with a person, like crab legs maybe. But I feel like hot wings is more personal. Monty, you have to. It depends on you, man. Just watch her when she eats them. If it bothers you, then you're gonna have problems, man. Just gonna say, if it bothers you watching her eat with a fork and a knife, uh, there's gonna be other things that are gonna bother you down the road too. But if you like it, if you like the way that she eats it with a fork and a knife, and it intrigues you, then maybe you're gonna be intrigued by this person for the rest of your life. How does it make you feel? Yo says, Monty, run, red flag. No, it's all about how it makes you feel. Pam loves hot wings. I kind of figured you probably did, Pam. I agree, Donkey Kong. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and admit to this right now. In fact, if there was one person that I would say that I would like to be the most like when it comes to interviews, is it's the Hot Wings guy. I don't even know what his name is, but whatever his name is, that's the guy that I would like to be like when it comes to interviews. Somebody who really gets truly meaningful answers out of people, and shows people at their weakest points. Yeah, the Hot Ones host. I don't know what his name is. Sean Evans. That's right. Crismo got it. I recognize it when you put it in there. Actually, you know what? I've got hot wings sitting right next to me. You guys aren't going to believe this. I'm going to take it over to the other page for just a second. Let me see if I can put it up to the screen. I got the bottle, Hot Ones. The last dab is right here. I have the last dab in my hands. Watch this. The last dab. Nothing. It's hot. It's hot. Oh, yep, that's good stuff right there. Whew. Oh, I got it sitting right here next to me. Whew. That's a hottie. That's a hottie for sure. Hot Cotch. And with that note, guys, with that hot, nice, flavorful ending of the day, it is that time. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. Be ready for it. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Go out and walk your pets, for crying out loud. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day. My mouth feels like what this car is going to sound like here in just a second. Whew, this is good stuff. It's hot. No! Oh, I thought I closed it. Okay, here we go. I suck today. See you guys later.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Stress on the shuttles and bridge
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
My lips are on fire.
Everybody report to the rubbery!
You and move! And I'll execute every motherfucking last one of you!
It's hitting hard, guys.
I walk into the teller, I give her the letter. She gives me the loot with puckered up lips and a wink that I found cute. And I said, baby, 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 is there some karmic G-love thing happening here, baby, or what? By that time, fast tapped me with the said it's time to blow, you know. So out the door we go, back to the ride. Steve inside and alive, and off the drive. See, I hurt my lower lumbar, you know we never get far riding around in a stolen police car. So we dropped it off and piled in the caddy. Steve was driving, cause I had to talk to my man.
I don't know anything about any setup. You can torture me all you want.
Torture you, that's a good idea. I like that one.
Running around, robbing banks, all whacked up with Scooby snacks. Running around, robbing banks, all whacked up with Scooby snacks. Now I don't give a fuck about the Hell's Gate and punking the crowd, man. I'm still standing up straight. So we do these jobs, make a little money. No one gets hurt if they don't act funny. On the way to the yacht, we almost got caught. Fast shooting mailboxes going where the cops is, yeah. They asked me the donuts adjacent from the phone whose mailbox fast had just exploded. They gave chase from our man Steve's and Ace, and we lost those brothers with haste. We cast it off, and along we went off Bermuda to an island resort we rented.
Sunshine, need you cool. Are you cool?